What up, chat? What up, what up, what up? Are we loving it today? Are we loving it? Loving it. Yo, what's up, Chili? Hey, yo, Valve, Bacaholic, Calic, what's up, y'all? What up, 509? What's up, Sinner? Welcome one, welcome all. Yo, the 520 streak, holy moly. Yo, Giggly, what's up, Chief? I take 1 day off, chat. 1 day. And the community is up in arms about this fucking orphanage skip. Hey, thank you, Giggly. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Plenty more on the way. I got more dropping today and tomorrow, and I still got like another 14 or something still that I have to make. We got a lot. It's gonna be a good time. Hey, thank you, Rando. Appreciate it. And finally skip orphanage segment. Well, so, you know, at first I was excited about it, Calic, because I thought that, like, somebody figured out how to, like, get out of bounds in RPD or something. And, like, somehow able to, like, skip into the Mr. X stuff. That's kind of what I thought when I heard about this. And then I go into the Discord, and it's, like, people voting to, like, mod the game to remove the orphanage segment instead of finding a skip for it. And I was like, well, this is kind of dumb. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this speedrun is just becoming, like, personal feelings simulator rather than, like, let's actually speedrun the game. And I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna, like, stop running the game over it, but the community is, like, pretty divided on this, but the vote is currently in favor of allowing the skip. But I kind of feel like this is one of those votes that, like, it can't just be like a 60-40 split or something. It should be like this is a pretty big decision. And I think just going for majority vote is just not enough, in my opinion. Like, I think it needs to be like landslide, resounding agreement type stuff. And like, it's not that close right now. I think it's like 70-30, but it's like 60-40, I guess. But like, in my opinion, like, I don't know. I feel like this is not a good decision. I really don't. I feel like this is like, I feel like this is a decision to appease people in the short term, but the reality is, like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, you could always just run intro. I mean, there's that, but I guess I just don't really know how to feel about it, because it's like, on one hand, yeah, Orphanage sucks. Like, I don't think anybody's disagreeing about that. But in speedrunning, when we don't like a section of a game, we don't just, like, make excuses to skip it. We either find a skip for it, or we play it. And if you don't like it, you can run another game. Like, to me, the fact that we're just, like, we're making this decision because we just don't feel like it, like, that's just silly to me. It makes no intro more of a meme category than it already is. Yeah, and like, It's a little goofy, right? Because it's like we're literally modding the game. We're modding the game to remove Orphanage, but like we're still forcing people to kill Gideon when you can literally like make a decision in game to skip him. Like, how does that make any sense logically speaking? It's a little silly. It is a little silly. Again, like I'm not saying that Orphanage doesn't suck. It really does. And I fucking hate it just as much as the people that are voting to skip it. But heavily against bad ending, but skipping Orphanage. Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying, Scylla, is like I think that I think that this game has just literally become like people's personal feeling simulator rather than like respecting the game that we got. Honestly, like it's almost it's you know what I have to say about it, chat? What a fucking shame. I mean, here's the thing, like Capcom really shouldn't have even put that Orphanage section in the game. Like I think we could all agree on it. It's like it's the most out of place. It's the most out of place shit. Like it doesn't belong in the game, in my opinion. But it's still part of the game that we got. And to just like pretend that it doesn't exist in the context of the speedrun is just like very. I don't know how to. It's hard to put it into words. But like you put hours into a game because you appreciate the game for what it is. And there's just something about modding out. Like I can get behind no intro. I get that. Like this is like the fucking 5th RE game that has some really long hold W intro. Like I can get behind that given that there's like a typewriter and an easy save point that everybody can reference, like, and it's fair for console runners and PC alike, even though they're separate leaderboards. Like I can get behind that. But modding out a whole section of the game, like where do we draw the line, guys? Like I feel like the problem is that like this opens up way too much slippery slope shit. Way too much slippery slope shit that I don't think is going to be good for the community long term. Why not patch out the bike chase too? Yeah, that's what I said. I literally posted that in the vote Discord, or like in the vote chat. I was like, where do we stop? I was like, what's next? The bike section? And then somebody was like, well, you can earn credits during the bike section. I was like, so it's auto scroller. Like nobody likes it. Like clearly this is being made based off of like the fact that people think it's boring and they don't feel like it. So where does it stop? Like are we just gonna start modding in like an extra 17? I don't know how many credits you get during the bike chase. It's maybe 10,000. Are we just gonna make a mod to where it skips the bike chase and you just get 10,000 credits because we just don't feel like doing the bike anymore? You can earn credits in Leon's intro. What does that argue? Exactly. Like are we just gonna start modding the game to just like give us stuff like every time we get to a cutscene trigger and then we just skip like that whole, like at what point are we just not even playing the goddamn game anymore? Like my problem is, where does it end? Because this to me, this is the start. This is just the beginning of this whole fiasco. I can tell you right now. First, it's like no intro's the main category. Now it's we want to cut Orphanage. Like this is just the beginning. At what point are we just not even playing the same game anymore? We want to allow FOV mods, which clearly fuck with the game's logic. Like we're not even playing the fucking game anymore. We're not even playing the same game that got shipped to us on February 26th or 27th. Like we're just not even playing the same game anymore. Yo, what's up, Irish? People nowadays don't want to deal with any kind of friction anymore, not even speedrunners. I mean, I'm a speedrunner, and I think that this decision is stupid. Like, yo, what's up, Vermilion? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Yeah, I think that this is the beginning of a really, really dangerous situation for Resident Evil speedrunning. And I think that we're setting a very bad precedent for future RE games. And even past RE games. What, are we going to go back and like now that we've done it with this game, are we going to apply that same logic to like RE2 Remake and we're just going to cut Ada and Sherry from RE2 Remake now? Like... Are we gonna just cut the Carlos sections from RE3 Remake because we just don't feel like playing Carlos anymore? Like where does it end? Are we gonna just cut Beneviento? Are we gonna cut Beneviento from Village and like just teleport straight to Factory? Because we just don't feel like doing Beneviento House anymore because it's just whole W? Like, where does it end? And the reality is that it doesn't. Because we're going to vote for this, and then we're just going to retroactively, like, go back to all these other games and just start cutting shit. And it's like, at what point are we just not, like, appreciating the game that we got? They wanted to avoid the same mistakes from 4R, but then stuff like this is being discussed. Yeah, well, I think a lot of the issues with 4R is, like, the timer abuse stuff. And I think that that's been addressed, and I think it's fair. Been kind of wanting to get into running this game. Do you like it? I love it. I don't like the decisions that are being made right now. I feel like, if I'm being honest, I really hate, being that person because I hate having such strong opinions. But the decisions that have been made about this game, we're just literally not even playing the game that we got 3 weeks ago. Like, it's just not even the same game anymore. Like, we are literally, to play the game optimally, we are installing mods to speedrun the game. Like, at what point has that ever been something that any speedrun community has thought is like a good idea? There's a reason why literally no other speedrun community does that shit. It's because that's the quickest way to kill a game. And like part of like the spirit of speedrunning for me is like appreciating the good and the bad with every game that we run. And like the passion is what drives us. And to me, it's like the fact that we're trying to mod out sections of the game because we don't like it. That's like a low for speedrunning, in my opinion. Like, I get it. Like, I can get behind no intro. I can get behind no intro. Like, I know a lot of people aren't into it, but like, I can get behind it because like there's a definitive start point regardless of like what platform you play on, all that stuff. But I think the problem that we're running into right now is that we're starting to take that too far. Like, this is the like give an inch and now we're taking a mile type situation. And like, this is beyond a mile, bro. It's literally 10% of the game that people are trying to cut. Gosh, like, imagine just like cutting imagine just like cutting the entire like midsection of MGS Delta out. Or like any Metal Gear run where there's like the intermission portion. Like, just imagine just cutting that from the whole run. And like, you have to install a mod to do it. Jesus. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, imagine we just install a mod to cut Bike Chase. Yeah. Because we don't like it. Because our feelings matter. Like, fuck your feelings. You either run the game or you don't, and that's the way it goes. Like I'm all about being inclusive, guys. Like, trust me. Like, I am all about wanting to get people on the bandwagon. But guys, we're installing mods to speedrun the game. Like this is not ever what I envisioned like RE speedrunning turning into. Am I installing the Orphanage skip mod? I already did. Like, I'm gonna run whatever people vote for, right? Like, I mean, I obviously am gonna have an opinion on the matter, but like, I'm gonna run whatever people are running because it's more fun to run the same category as everybody else. But I mean, it doesn't mean that I agree with it. Like, I'm still gonna be very vocal about my opinions because I just think that I think that this is not a good decision for the speedrun community for Resident Evil games. I think that this is a horrible decision. Like I'm definitely like I'm more than happy to accept the rage bait engagement on YouTube. Like that's fine. Like I'll more than happily accept people's engagement, free engagement / ad revenue. That's fine. But like that's not what I'm here for. Like I'm here to like appreciate the game. Like, and here's the thing, we could run intro, right? Like we could run full game, like if we're really that, but the thing is I'm not gonna do that because that's not what anybody else is gonna run. Like, gonna be honest, I'm personally not even okay with skipping intro. Yeah. I mean, the thing is like there's still gonna be a full game run that like Orphanage skip is not gonna be allowed. Like that, like the pure category is still gonna be there, but the thing is nobody's gonna run it. Because like part of the fun of speedrunning is also like there's two sides of it, right? In my opinion, there's the side of it that like running what everybody else is running, that's part of what makes it fun, right? Because it's like a collaborative effort and like it feels like everybody's working together, and that part of it's really cool. And like that, to me, that takes priority, like as a content creator where it's my full-time job to like make videos, right? Like that's more of a priority than my feelings on things, which is why I'm still going to run it, even if what I think it should be doesn't end up being what comes to pass. But I think the problem is, like, I've moderated speedrun games before, and I still moderate speed games. And I think that this is, like, I think on paper it sounds like a great idea, right? Like, we're going to cut 7 minutes that nobody enjoys from this game, myself included. But the problem is, it's going to be a very, very dangerous decision. Because we're literally just making it, if this ends up being what's on the leaderboards, we are setting a very dangerous precedent for past, present, and future RE games. Past, present, and future. And I feel like it's just a matter of time before people are like, oh well, if we're doing this in Requiem, why don't we add Beneviento skip mod to village speedruns, so that way we can cut 17 minutes off of the run, or however long it takes to get through there. Like, because it's just hold W anyways, right? It, like, that section doesn't matter. It's boring. I don't feel like running it, so why not just, like, that's stupid. To me, it's just a massive slap in the face to the game that we just got, that we've waited 3 years for. Like, so what if we don't like it? It's the game that we got that we've been waiting for, that people are excited to see. When will the vote be completed? I don't know. I don't know if they've given like a set date on when the vote ends. But I think that skipping the Orphanage just sets a very dangerous precedent for past, present, and future RE games. I think that if we found a way to like get out of bounds in RPD and skip the Orphanage, which I don't even know if the flags exist to where like Mr. X would even spawn if we got out of bounds in RPD, but hypothetically, if we did, like, that's one thing. If we found a skip in the game that we could do, that's one thing. But to resort to mods because we don't feel like it, it's like, bro, fuck your feelings. Run the game or don't. But we should not be resorting to mods because we don't feel like it. Like, that's just not... that just is such a dangerous precedent. Think about every single RE game. They all have an intermission segment. Maybe with the exception of, like, RE1 OG. But, like, OG and 2 Remake, they both have an intermission with Ada and Sherry. RE3 Remake has Carlos, but at least Carlos still has, like, resource management within it. And then there's also, like RE4, you have the Ashley segment. Like, are we just gonna start cutting Ashley from RE4 Remake runs? RE7, are we just gonna mod boat section out because, like, Mia's inventory doesn't really matter for Ethan. Like, we don't really use that stuff anyway. Like, are we just going to retroactively go back to all of these other RE games and just start modding out the intermission? Because every single game has one. Like I said, with the exception of, like, RE1. And RE0. But is that just what is that what the RE community is going to devolve to? Is like we're just going to start installing mods because we don't feel like it's the most entitled shit I've ever fucking heard of in my life. And like yeah, I don't want to get worked up over it. Like I said, I'm going to run whatever, but I think it is astronomically silly. I think it's just so silly that we're resorting to mods to speedrun the game. Don't believe in skips or any some of the games that let you use turbo. I mean, like, I think for the most part, like, the RE speedrun scene has been, like, pretty decent. Like, yeah, there's always been some memes, right? Like, the whole frame rate meme with RE2 Remake and all that stuff. Like, there's always little memes that pop up here or there in every single game. But I think this is just, like, this is a problem that we just haven't addressed for so long that, like, it's just snowballed completely out of control. Like I said, I don't like Orphanage either. Like, I probably hate Orphanage just as much as the people that wanna allow the mod. But just because I hate it doesn't mean I want to mod it out of the game. Like, to me, that's just so... Where do you draw the line? Wasn't RE2R Orphanage similarly boring? Yeah. Well, I would say that RE9's Orphanage is more boring because there's not even a puzzle to go with it, you know? But, and it's also longer, but again, like, I hate the Orphanage too in this game. But I feel like the spirit of speedrunning is dying with this decision. And like, I got into it with Salad a little bit because he's like, well, speedrunning is an arbitrary thing. And I said, yeah, it's totally arbitrary until we start making rules. The whole concept of something being arbitrary is that it's open to interpretation, but the thing is we're making rules around it. It becomes not arbitrary the second we start making rules around it and then putting that as a fucking category on a leaderboard where we're like recognizing world records amongst a community of people. That's not arbitrary. And to try to make something like that quote unquote official when it's literally a mod that removes a segment of the game where we didn't do the work to try to even find a skip for it, like, it's kind of unbelievable. It's a question I ask about intro skip. Where do you draw the line? Exactly. Where do you draw the line? Because it sounds like this category should just be called like personal feelings %. And then you just install whatever mods for whatever percentage of the game you want to play. And then you play that. And then whoever has the world record is like the person who has like their feelings hurt the most. And they mod the majority of the game out and get the lowest time. So like what I'll do is I'll mod out everything except the Orphanage. And then I'll just speedrun the Orphanage and I'll have world record because like my speedrun will be 7 minutes long. Instead of like an hour and 47 minutes or however long, hour 45 I think is what Spicy's time is right now. I don't feel like running the whole game. Does that mean you get it? Yeah, Crimson, you just got the new world record. Yeah, you got zero. Your time is literally 0 seconds. Yeah, good job. Congrats, dude. You should upload that to YouTube. I bet you would get so much hate and also comments and ad revenue. Although, take it from experience, I make shit on shorts ad revenue. Like 100,000 views gets me like $10. Yeah, like I said, I can get down with no intro. Like I think no intro is fine, but I feel like we have to draw the line somewhere. Yeah, I'm glad that you guys are loving the shorts. Like, I've worked really hard on them. And there's a lot more coming. It's a really fun speedrun. And like I said, I fucking hate the Orphanage too, but I still don't think we should mod it out. It's 7 minutes of an hour and 45-minute speedrun. It's not that big of a deal. Like, I could maybe get behind it if it, like, I still wouldn't get behind it, but I could maybe consider getting behind it if it was like a 4-hour long run and it was like a 30-minute segment where you're literally just like mashing through text or something, right? Like a fucking Chrono Trigger situation. But it's, bro, the run is an hour and 45 minutes. Like, and it's a 7-minute sequence, bro. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. Everything good? Yeah. I took your feedback, by the way, Scribe. I put the playlist up. It'll be out of order as like some newer videos drop, but I'll try to like go back to it every few days and make sure that everything stays in order. Because it doesn't let me adjust the members only videos that are like scheduled to go public. But I appreciate the feedback on the YouTube comments. Most runs are probably going to reset before Orphanage. Yeah, that too. Like why does this even matter when like most of the freaking runs are not even going to make it to Orphanage? Like the biggest reset points are in the first half of the game. And like, yeah, sure, maybe when the, you know, maybe when the run gets more optimized, things that happen in Arc will result in more resets. But like, honestly, like I feel like the Arc strats are really not that bad, honestly. Like, we have a super free hunk setup now. We have a pretty decent setup for elite soldiers. We've got both orbs routed pretty cleanly. Like, I honestly don't think that the end of run outside of Gideon's like dropping the rocket launcher being kind of weird, it's really not that bad, the end game. Sometimes he's a little weird when it comes to the rocket, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just weirded out by the whole thing, honestly. It's super weird. Like I said, I'm still going to run the game regardless. I mean, at the end of the day, I will run whatever ends up getting accepted, but I really, really think people need to consider long-term. And by long term, I don't mean 4 months from now running this game. I mean like, where do we, like, at what point are we just not even playing the game anymore? And I think enabling this is just really not a good decision at all. And it should have never even went to a vote. I think the fact that the mods even entertained the idea remotely was just a really reckless decision. Disc losses run yesterday from the town lumberjack. Nice. Yeah. It just sets a bad precedent. That's all I really have to say on the topic. Like, and I don't really need to provide too much supporting evidence to like prove that point. Like I said, every single Resident Evil game, with the exception of like 0 and 1, have intermission segments, and it just seems like this is just a recipe for us to end up allowing mods across the entire franchise, and that does not sit right with me at all. Doesn't help that the mods seem heavily in favor of it too. I don't think Maxi is in support of it, but I think Maxi's in the same boat as me, where like he'll do it if it's like what the community wants. Maxi didn't agree as well. Yeah, I think it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maxi is the super mod, and I think he should have just vetoed that shit immediately. Like, I've done that with 2 Remake. Like, people proposed to me that we like make a bunch of new categories, and there was a ton of community support for it. Like, there was like 20 people that had like signed a petition, and it was like, hey, we would like to maybe like add new categories that have a different timing method? And I said, absolutely fucking not. Like, I don't care how many signatures are on it. Like, this is not what we're going to do. It's literally the exact same run, and all you want to do is just change the timer, and the timer we have works fine. Like, I'm not making 54 or 50, however many freaking categories there are. I'm not making 50 something new categories just because we changed the timer. What I said was, if you guys want to do the new timing method, we can replace the current timing method, but we're not making new categories for it because that's just obnoxious. Maxi seems to just let Salad and Zeke run it. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, I love Salad, but Salad has a tendency to make some very, very controversial decisions. And I'll just leave it at that. Salad is a very like I love the guy. Like he's got a great personality when it comes to like being an entertainer, and like I appreciate the work that he does for the community and like helping like make a lot of the tools and stuff. But I think that his philosophy is very hard to agree with on a lot of things personally. And he also, like, he just never changes his mind on stuff either. Like, once he's got his mind made up on something, that's pretty much the word of God with him being a moderator. So, but the thing is, like, I kind of thought that Salad wasn't going to be in support of it either. And that's what's kind of surprising to me about it is, like, Salad... I had talked to him because I was like, you know, like, it seems like some of the stuff in the CP shop are, like, really geared towards running on Insanity. But he's like, there's absolutely no way in hell that we would like, allow that stuff because it goes against the spirit of it being a new game run. And I was like, okay, well, that's fair. But also think about it from this standpoint. You could wipe your account and, like, unlock stuff in the CP shop in the context of a new game run as you earn points throughout the game. So it's technically still a new run, but you're just using your points in the shop in the middle of the run to buy stuff. And he's like, yeah, no, absolutely not. And it's like, okay, well, you know, I'm just saying that could be an option because it's still a new game run. But he's like, no. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, it's whatever. But this is just one of those examples where it's like, I mean, even when there's, like, really good supporting evidence for that, you know, Salad's the type of person that, like, he has a very fixed mindset on things. You're using stuff you unlock in the run, yeah. Yeah, because, like, you unlock achievements and stuff, and then you get CP for it, right? So it's like, you could then go in, like, once you unlock the stuff, then you go in. Now, I'm not saying you buy a fucking infinite ammo gun, you know, obviously not that stuff, but, like, where the fuck is it? The modded tracker, right? Like, something like that, like, to where, like, you get better money. Not that we have, like, a big issue with money in the run anyways, like, but, like, the theory behind it is really cool. Even though it might not necessarily work in the practical sense. Opened up my Steam account today to load the game and it keeps crashing. Did they update the mods or something, or RE Framework? Every time the game gets an update, you have to, like, go back to Nexus mods and update RE Framework. The anti-tamper stuff gets, like, refreshed every time a new update comes out, so the RE framework has to get updated to bypass it again. There was an update that dropped like 2 days ago, so if you haven't played in a couple days, that's definitely a thing. Be one of those things that could only really work if the time was real time, including menuing. Yeah, and like, we're already kind of doing that, Slip. Like, to do like frame rate swaps and stuff, the timer resumes when you enter the options menu, so I think it could definitely be implemented that way. But I also, like, this one has, like, no prerequisites, but I rolled back my account. And I don't know exactly, like, what you have to do to unlock. Well, this one's every Mr. Raccoon, but, like, where the fuck is it? Where's the modded tracker? This one. I want to say that this unlocks, like, when you get to the second half of the game, I think, in, like, a new game run, but I'm honestly not sure. But, like, this would be something that would be cool as, like, a mid-game unlock in a speedrun where you get 30% more money. Like that would like really open up the possibilities of like what could happen in the route as far as like upgrading weapons and stuff. But I don't know exactly what causes this to unlock though, because I have reverted my progress before and this wasn't available for purchase, but it was also like I hadn't even, when I deleted it, it was like I had never played the game before. So I'm assuming that this opens as soon as you actually get the tack tracker, and this is probably something that you can just buy at any point in time after the fact. But the thing is, you would have way more than 3,000 CP, right? Because there's a lot of challenges that like you get CP literally just for like doing story stuff like this one, right? Like just reaching certain places in the run, you get like 500 CP or whatever. So like you would have enough in the middle of the run to buy it, even if it was still technically like a new game run. That's what I'm saying, is like I feel like there's definitely possibilities there, but yeah.
Resident Evil.
But again, this is like this is where I'm kind of just, you know, a little flustered, because I do feel like we're kind of disrespecting the game a little bit by just like modding out, like literally installing a mod to remove a section of the game that we don't like. Like it just doesn't sit right with me. I'd rather just play the section. But at the same time, like if it gets allowed, you're at a disadvantage. Like they said in the thing that like if you don't want to install the mod, like they'll subtract like an optimal orphanage from your time at the end of the run. But here's the thing, that only ever hurts the runner that doesn't install the mod. There's literally zero scenario where that is like totally okay for you to not install the mod. And that happens on two fronts, right? Front number one is that you're not going to, in between any two runs, you are absolutely never, ever going to get an orphanage that is exactly the same amount of time as what would be quote unquote an optimal orphanage. Like there's always going to be microsecond differences, whether it's like 0.05, 0.1, you know, give or take, right? Because of just human error. Like it just happens, right? To expect that the runner is just going to get a 100% optimal orphanage every single time, that's just ludicrous. Now, maybe what they do is they just like subtract, like they go, like when you hit the cutscene trigger, as long as you didn't spend like 5 extra minutes in the orphanage or something, they just subtract whatever time that you spent in the orphanage and they just give it to you. That's one thing. But like on that front, like nobody's ever going to get a perfectly optimal orphanage on every single run. That's just silly to me. The other side of it is it's like, even if you're like, you know what, I don't agree with this, I'm not going to install the mod, just remove the optimal orphanage time, whatever. Even if it does end up working out to be the exact same amount of time, that's literally 7 minutes IRL that every time you get to orphanage that is taking away from your day over every single other runner that's installed the mod that they now get to like fit in over the course of a whole day's worth of runs. That might be an entire reset worth of time that they could get, where they have enough time in the day to try another run because they didn't waste those 7 minutes, you know, a handful of times throughout those resets. Like you're literally giving advantage to people that install the mod based on their own like their own time in real life that they don't have to spend running the game because they installed the mod. Like you can say that there's no advantage to the runners that install the mod, but there is. There absolutely is. Like I got kids, man, and I'm telling you right now that like I'm not gonna like lose time with my kids because I have to spend an extra 7 minutes in orphanage. Like obviously I'm gonna install the mod so that way it cuts 7 minutes off of my IRL time, so that way if I finish the run 7 minutes early, I can get back with my kids sooner if that's the last run of the day. Like obviously I'm gonna do that, but in the spirit of speedrunning, I still don't think that that's the right decision. I think it sets a very bad precedent for the entire franchise's speedrun. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Maxims. Like if it gets voted in, I will obviously run it. I mean, I'm running it now because I'm already assuming that it's going to get voted in, but as a as a leader in the community that isn't a moderator, but like I moderate other RE games, this is really not a good precedent. It's really not. I think that this is going to open up so much bullshit for the foreseeable future that I really do not think that this is a good idea. And frankly, I think that this is something that never should have even went to a vote. Like, this is something that should have been vetoed by Maxi like day one, as soon as people brought it up. Like, yeah, no. If you can find a skip in game, cool. That's totally respectable, but we're not modding the game. No, yeah, hunk skip is allowed, but like the reason hunk skip is allowed is because that's something that you can do in game. And like our new setup for it is like super free now. Yo, Davidson, thank you for the 2 months on the Prime. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's a whole different story though, because like that's a glitch that you can set up in game. It doesn't require you to mod the game files or anything like that. Like anybody can do it, and the new setup is literally free. Like if you just watch the video on how to do it, anybody can do it. That's fine. And I feel like under the same lens, like if somebody found out how to skip Orphanage, like in game, like going out of bounds in RPD and triggering Mr. X or something that way, or whatever, I think that's totally fair game. But for us to install fucking mods to do it, like so silly, man. I don't understand outright removing gameplay even if it is mostly Resident Sleeper. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Fun Factor. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Getting massive thunderstorms and possible tornadoes today. Damn. Yeah, we had some wild winds today in Ohio. And a couple days ago, too. Not being able to just pick up and speedrun a game from install is kind of crazy. I mean, like I said, there's still going to be, like, the intro category. But it puts a bad taste in my mouth when we're setting the precedent day one that to even, like, be on the same track as everybody else running the game and like, running the category that everybody else is running. Like, you have to, like, set up an intro save and then also install a mod that removes a whole section of the game. It just really does not set... It doesn't set a good precedent with me. I think it's going to stunt the growth of the community. I think it's going to satisfy the people that are already in the community that want the change. But I think that for most people that might want to pick this up as a speed game, I think for the people that want to like come into the community for the first time, it's going to put a very bad taste in people's mouths, and most people are just not going to run it. I do like the message it sends to Capcom, though, that we don't like this section. Even as a casual gamer, I don't like Orphanage. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not disagreeing with that. I fucking hate the Orphanage. I think it's the most unnecessary section of gameplay that they could have possibly thought up to put in the game. Like, I get it. Like, it's supposed to be the story beat that tells us that we're supposed to go to the Orphanage, but they could have done it and not made us sit through 7 minutes of just silly hide-and-seek bullshit. Could not agree more on that. And I don't think anybody, even the people that don't want this change, even the people that are in, you know, on my side of the aisle that are like, this is a really bad decision and we shouldn't cut this out, like, they all still agree that the Orphanage fucking sucks. Like, nobody likes the Orphanage. That is like, we can all agree on that and shake hands and be friends on that side of the conversation. And we're still gonna be friends and shake hands on the other side of the fucking leaderboard shit anyways. But to me, I just really think it sets a bad precedent for the future of RE speedruns. Second and onward playthroughs could have been given the option to skip it. I do think that for sure. I think that they should have made New Game Plus where you could skip it. Like, if you've already cleared it once on a save, like, there's nothing in New Game Plus that even helps you in that segment anyways. Orphanage is a great story beat once. On repeats, it should be skippable. Yeah, exactly. Trust me, I don't think that Capcom needs the speedrunning community. Like, and here's where I will disagree with you, Vomit, is like, I don't think that Capcom needs the speedrunning community to know that the Orphanage was a miss. Like, they're not looking to the speedrun community for that. Trust me, they have way more avenues to get that information than the speedrunning community. Like you said, having run RE games for as long as you have, I appreciate you speaking out for it. I've never seen anything like this. Part of cutscene remove mods for Final Fantasy games that takes like 5 hours of time, not 7 minutes. Yeah. Well, that's my whole argument, right? Is like it's 7 minutes out of an hour and 45-minute speed run. It's not like we're like playing Chrono Trigger, mashing text for 30 minutes, and like it's the right decision to remove, you know, that to protect people's like wrists from like developing carpal tunnel syndrome. Right? Like that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about an intermission sequence that's 7 minutes long and an hour and 45-minute speedrun. I do also agree it's a slippery slope this could go down to. What about the Leon sniping section? That's an auto-scroller too. Yeah, like what about the bike sequence? Like, are we just literally going to cut every single sequence that's an auto-scroller from now on in every RE game that ever comes out, and then we try to convince moderators to like retroactively allow it for all the other RE games that have come out in the last 10 years? Are we gonna just are we gonna like ask the RE2 remake mods to remove Sherry and Ada? Which I'll tell you right now, I'm not gonna fucking do that. Like, I'm gonna veto that shit fucking immediately. Because guess what? I'm the super mod for that game. So, but are we gonna like vote for a mod to remove the boat section from RE7? Are we gonna vote for a mod to remove Beneviento from RE Village because we don't feel like it? Like, to me, I just think that people are letting their feelings get in the way of just appreciating the game that we just waited 3 years for. Like, just like, I know the Orphanage sucks, but like, it's the game we got. So. Like, I think no intro. I think that's where we draw the line. I can understand resetting and like holding W through a 10-minute long intro. I can understand that, and like in terms of like the grand scheme of things, like after the game has run its course with like the fresh run scene and like the people that really want to stick with the game long term, I totally get that. Because RE intros, for whatever reason, they run just a little too long for my tastes. But I think removing mid sections of the game because we don't feel like it is that is where we have like made a compromise and then taken that compromise way too far. Well, there's not even really there's baby skip in Beneviento, but like there's no skips to Beneviento. Like, you have to play that whole segment, and it's still very uninteresting. Like, even Spicy was running it like right before RE9 came out, and like it's literally the most boring part of the run. Like, you leave castle after you kill Lady D, and then it's like I think it's like 17 minutes or something like that, maybe more than that. It's literally just hold W and like solve the puzzles, and like you already know the answer to the puzzles, obviously, and it's literally that until you get to Moreau. Like, from the time that you get the flask from killing Lady D until the time that you enter the like Moreau combat sequence is literally hold W that whole time. And like, it sucks. It definitely sucks. It might be longer than, it might be closer to like 25 minutes, honestly, if you include like the walk to get to Moreau. But it's like, we're not gonna go back and like retro, like that's literally like a third of the game, bro. or a quarter of the game. Like, we're not gonna just mod out a quarter of the game because of somebody's feelings. People hate it that much they just shouldn't run the game. Exactly. Couldn't agree more. Like, again, I'm all about inclusion. Like, I want as many people to run the game as possible, but I think having the barrier to entry that if you want to even be remotely competitive, you have to install a mod. That doesn't sit right with me at all. Like, we use SRTs. Like, it's understandable, right? Like, being able to, like, see boss HP and, like, preview inventory and stuff like that. Like, I get it. But the thing is, for somebody that's, like, new to the game and, like, wants to be, like, maybe they're, like, remotely considering a competitive thing, right? Picking up a speedrun for the first time, even without the SRT, like, the barrier to entry is still, like, pretty low. But as soon as we start throwing mods into the mix that, like, you have to install this mod and modify your game files, it's just not even the same game anymore. And if that's the barrier to entry, it just doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't seem like it would be very attractive to new runners of the game, knowing that they have to install not just one mod, but multiple mods just to run the game. That's just not a very out-of-the-box type experience, which RE games, despite the intro situation, RE games have historically been very out-of-the-box speedruns. And I just really don't like the precedent that we're setting with even remotely entertaining this idea. But, you know, that's where we're at, so... That's where we're at. So, like I said, I'm going to run whatever ends up being the rules and whatever the main category is that everybody else runs, but I just don't agree with it, and I don't like the precedent that's being set. I think, honestly, like, I've kind of gauged other people's opinions on it, and I feel like Dist is kind of like, if you can't beat him, join him type situation. Because he was, like, very against no intro being the main category. But I think even he caved, and he's like, well, if everybody else is just going to run no intro, like, there's not really a point in running intro by myself. And I feel like now that, like, the orphanage skip is being proposed, I kind of feel like Dist is just like, whatever, you know, I'll do whatever, because at this point it's just not even like, it's not even a game anymore. Like, we're just picking whatever we feel like doing, and then that's the speedrun. And before Leon Motorcycle gets removed. Oh, I bet we lose. I bet we lose everything that's on a fixed timer that, like, doesn't involve, like, you actually having to progress the story. Yeah, this section's hold W2. I think we should definitely remove this. Yeah, well, I also think Dist wants no orphanage now because it's, like, already not even the same run anymore. Like, I think if Dist had stuck with, like, running intro, he probably would have, like, obviously you can't do, like, no orphanage under that context. But I think the fact that he's already kind of given up on running intro, I think that alone kind of says a lot about where his mindset has shifted. I think he's kind of in the department of, like, well, if we're cutting it no intro, we might as well just cut whatever the fuck we don't like. Like, but I think that sets a bad precedent. I really do.
Dr. Gideon.
Experimental therapies.
Yeah, like, the reason that the bike and the sniper section wouldn't get removed is because you do earn, like, credits. You do earn credits, like, by killing enemies during those sequences. But it's like, I mean, they're still auto-scroller, and it's, like, multiple minutes, and it's like, where do you draw the line? Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think this is where it stops. I don't think removing Orphanage is where... I don't think it's where this whole thing stops. I think people that want to like make the run as short as possible are just going to literally cut whatever they find boring, and they're going to try to push a vote for it. I'm really bad at that first shot.
Nice.
What about a GDQ run? Should it be no intro, no Orphanage? I don't care about GDQ. I mean, I think honestly it probably should be like full game, but I'm not going to be running it at GDQ. I don't give a shit what... It's probably going to be Spicy, let's be honest. Like, I don't give a shit what Spicy decides to do.
That bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
At this point with
Good.
this point with the way the freaking decisions that are being made with this game are, it's just not even going to get into GDQ because the rules are just going to be so fucking stupid that GDQ is not going to want to touch it with a 50-foot pole. They're going to be like, wait, so like no intro, no Orphanage, no bike, no like Grace Arc, final sequence, like what are we even running at this point? All this for Orphanage, but when House Beneviento was a thing, nobody said shit. Yeah.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, I think it's silly, but yeah, I mean, I don't see Capcom adding an Orphanage skip. They like to make sure that people aren't skipping content, but like I said, this is just not a problem for speedrunners to solve, guys. Like, this is the package deal that when you sign up to speedrun Resident Evil games, like it's what you sign up for. There are plenty of other games that don't have downtime like RE games do, and you could go run those games. Or, I mean, you could run Orphanage skip and then just not be on the leaderboards, like, or put it in a category extension, like, whatever. But, like, to me, the fact that, like, the main category is going to be a modded version of the game is just silly. Damn it. Yeah, here come 50,000 herb drops. Yeah. What other mods could they be silently using too? I mean, like, I trust the runners in the community, like... I definitely trust other runners in the community. Like, I trust that, like, Spicy and Zeke and Trey, right? Like, they're only going to install, like, whatever's allowed under the rules. But I don't know. I feel like...
I should have raided you years ago, Chris.
Hey, what's up, Trey?
Can't hurt to pick some.
Thank you for the raid, buddy. Hope you had a good stream, Chief. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, looks like my splits are fucked. I don't know why.
What if I can't get out?
I don't know why that happened. Anyways, welcome everybody. My name is Hazeblade. I like speedrun stuff. We're talking a little bit about the orphanage skip situation. And trying to get out of the care center because last stream, very much troll despair.
Weird.
Very troll despair stream, and yeah, nothing got done.
Sorry about this.
We basically didn't leave the care center for like 10 hours. It was bad. It was really bad. Had to go and retick like everything. Ah, I see. Okay, well, I guess we're not gonna have splits for this run then. Can we call it a speedrun scandal? I mean, I don't know if I would go out full on scandal, but I definitely think that this whole like orphanage thing is very controversial right now. No doubt. Like regardless of like which side of the aisle you're leaning in terms of whether you think it should be allowed or not, like it's definitely controversial. I think we can all agree on that. And I think we can also all agree that no matter what your feelings are on whether it should be allowed or not, I think we can all agree that the orphanage does fucking suck. Like there's definitely nobody that's like on team allow or like, you know, force everybody to do orphanage. There's definitely nobody's that's like, oh yeah, I fucking love the orphanage. No, that's literally nobody. I think it's more about preserving the integrity of the game that we just got. That are, you know, like we can all agree the orphanage fucking blows. There's no disagreement on that at all. So I think on the other side of this, we're all still gonna shake hands and be friends, but like,
Jesus.
a little bit of a different setup than I had practiced the other day. Everyone can agree it should have been a cutscene. Exactly. Yeah, nobody is saying that the orphanage is like peak gameplay. I'm just like reverting all the tech that I worked on. It's cool. Oh, hey, I made it through. What do you know? So now my inventory is going to be completely fucked because I don't... You used a med injector earlier? Yeah, but now I have an extra heal, which is going to fuck up my inventory. Like right now, for instance. Yeah, see, look at that. I have to discard this because otherwise it just ruins the entire inventory.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
This is like the one caveat of not doing the quartz early is that if you don't take the hit there, it like kind of messes with everything. Why no transfusion bag usage? Because I need to save it for isolation work. What? Dude, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Dude, I was like completely out of the way on that. That was complete bullshit. All right, let me see if... Oh, I see with the quartz. Okay, okay, I see. 1998. 1998. Okay. Yeah, let me grab the things here. I think it was the lungs, the heart, the wristband. I don't know if it's the whole game that's like this or it's just the starting ones. Okay, the joint plugs are different too. Hold on, how many basement splits do I have? I have second and third plug. Okay. Copter key. I think it's like all the key items specifically. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so detonator parts. Did I do splits for the orbs? Yeah, I did. So we need the hunt key. We need the 2 orbs. Okay. I think that's right. If I miss any, then we'll figure it out after this run, but I think that's right. Yo, what's up, item box? Why don't you make a whole video on YouTube about speedrunning Insanity? Like how you explain them in shorts? Yeah, it's been requested that I do it. It's been requested that I do it that way. I'm thinking about it. It's not as simple as just like taking all those shorts and compiling them into a long form video though. It would take a lot of like writing and getting like really clean segments, which is just really hard to do in this game because a lot of the segments that you load, it messes up like all the enemy placement and stuff. So it's definitely something that I could do. It's just that it would take. It would just take a while because getting a clean run to use would be. It's gonna take a while, you know.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Yeah, the whole no intro thing is just, I don't know. I like I said, I'm a lot more tolerant of no intro over this whole like orphanage skip nonsense. But it is what it is.
Nice. Well, that went well.
Yo, what's up, Dino? I'm doing all right. Yesterday was a bit of an unintentional day off.
That bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
I booked my
Well, in the
trip to
meantime,
Disney
I'll try to track him down.
for the fam yesterday, so
Will do.
took a little while to get all that stuff in order because we had to like figure out our itinerary and all that stuff. But we went ahead and booked it yesterday. Get out of the way, focus on new things. Yeah. Very stressful booking a Disney trip because everything is just like at every turn it's just dollar signs. Man, I have never spent this much money on like vanity ever. And like Disney is at like the peak of like just spending money on like little shit. Yeah, chat. 4 days in Disney? 4 days. 5 grand. Jesus. Four days. That doesn't even include travel. Like, just getting there. Yeah. 5 grand for 4 days. Can't make this shit up. So, like, staying, like, obviously, like, you could stay, like, in a resort that's, like, you could stay in a resort that's, like, not on site, but, like, obviously, there's, like, so many perks to staying on site. Like, you get to go to the into the park an hour early and all that stuff. Like, there's definitely reasons to stay on premises, for sure.
What if I can't get out?
But even at like the value resorts, like just the hotel alone for 4 nights is like with the meal plan as well. And here's the thing, like you want to get the meal plan because I did the math on it. Like if you're eating in the parks at all, which like obviously you're going to because you're in the freaking parks, bro. Like You're not going to leave the park just to go get lunch, because that would just, like, then half your day's gone. I have only ever been to Disney once, item box, and it was, like, with my high school when I went. And we didn't have anything bougie. So this is, like, my first time with, like, just my family going to Disney. And this is for a family of 4 for 4 nights is $5,000. So $1,800 of that is the hotel. $1,800 just for the hotel and the meal plan. So that's at a value resort. We're staying at like one of the value resorts. The meal plan, like, I mean, you got to expect that, like, if you're gonna go and do like table service or quick service or whatever, like quick service, like just going up to the kiosks and getting food, like that's like, if you don't have a meal plan, like you might as well just kiss like $50 or $60 goodbye. And if you're going for table service, it's like $200 minimum per meal. So they do have a meal plan, so that way, like, and I did the math, like it doesn't include gratuity or anything. But just like the cost of the meal plus tax, like you do still save like quite a bit of money going for the meal plan.
Jesus.
So we're doing like the deluxe meal plan that has like 1 table service credit and 1 quick service credit and a snack credit every day. So the $1,800 is like with that included for each night that we're there. And as part of like their summer program or whatever, you do get like free water park tickets on your day of check-in. So that's all included in the $1,800 price point. The park tickets to do the 4 days in the parks. Thank God I have a discount for being like prior military. But yeah, another $1,800. That's with the discount. If I didn't have the discount, it would be like over $2 grand.
What the fuck?
Absolutely wild. So that doesn't even include like our travel expenses and like the food that we need to eat like on the road to drive down there. Like that's literally just hotel and park tickets and meal plan. Oh, by the way, the meal plan's not even enough for like the whole trip. No, it's a value resort that we're staying in, gamers. If you stay in like any of like the deluxe resorts or even like the moderate resorts, like it's like way more. Like the cost difference is literally $1,000 just to go from a value resort to a deluxe resort. Strike you as a Marine veteran? I was in the Navy, actually. But I worked with the Marines, actually. Quite often. But yeah, we are doing like one premium experience. So we got tickets to the like the Disney After Hours for one night. They have 2 that week, and we're doing one of them. And that, just for that one night, is $700 and some. Yeah, it is fucking wild how expensive Disney is. So yeah, like just between park tickets plus the after hours, and all that is like well over $4 grand. But then when you add up the fact that like we're still gonna have to do a couple of meals out of pocket like the day we get in there, and like on the drive down and back, plus like a hotel on the drive down and back. Yeah.
Why is it still moving? Give me a fucking break.
Oh, there you go, Dino. Nice. I wanted to be a corpsman because I wanted to be a nurse at one point when I was in high school.
Oh, fuck.
But I ended up with air crew instead. How long was I in? I was in for 6.5 years in the Navy. Got out right after my daughter was born. Medical makes bank, yeah. That's kind of the reason why I wanted to do it. Because at the time they were offering like crazy signing bonuses for like male nurses. Because they always need male nurses. And I was like, you know what? I'll get my RN certification while I'm in the Navy. And I'll be a nurse and I will not struggle for much. But life had other plans. Ended up with air crew instead, and I had a lot of fun with air crew. Kind of glad that I got that over corpsman. But go to Bomoa one morning at Animal Kingdom Lodge if you have time. Breakfast buffet, and it's amazing. Yeah, I think right now we're gonna use so we have 4 dining credits for table service, and I think what we're gonna do for one of them is we are going to we're gonna do a 2-credit experience to do Cinderella's Royal Table, because we think that's like it's obviously like one of the premier dining experiences there. But you have to get a reservation in like giga early for those. So I think my fiance is going to be freaking living on the reservation website when we're 60 days out to try to get the reservation in. How'd I get into speedrunning? It's kind of a long story, but I attempted a challenge in Dark Souls 3 where I was gonna try to get to max level without without using hacks or like cheat engine or anything. And so I had to learn how to speedrun the game, and I was fucking terrible at it, but I ended up really, really enjoying speedrunning as a whole. So I tried Bloodborne after that, and I was also terrible at that, and eventually found Resident Evil. Now I run a bunch of games, but I got my real start of like actually finishing runs with RE1 Remake. That was my first like successful speed game.
Of course it gets up. This must be it.
Braille.
I can't tell which button's which. Braille.
I see your streak share. Yeah, the 355, kind of huge. Thank you. Almost at the 1 year. Was there ever any success with RE2R no knife? People ran it for a little bit. It didn't take off like long term though.
What do you want me to read? Can't hurt to fix some buttons. I guess Braille. Can you read them and then push the buttons in this order? I have to keep it together. Star, star, moon, sun.
Star, star, moon, Hassan.
We're close now. Oh God. Oh God. Here it is. You think you can read it? I can try. It's like a giant.
Oh shit. That's not good. No, you. That's my fault, dude. That's so unfortunate. How much of vacation did I take when I got out? Took a 6-month vacation after your discharge. I took no vacation. Then again, I was also in the reserves, so like it wasn't like I had been like active duty for years and years and then just like felt like I needed a break from it all. Like I already had a civilian job after I had gotten off active duty from like my initial training. Yeah, the only ever like breaks that I've taken from like work type stuff was like when my kids were born, I took time off. But like when my daughter was born, I spent a lot of the time that I was off work from my civilian job, like, and I did take time off from the military too, but that was also like my package was already in to get out. But I was already streaming at the time, so like I spent quite a bit of time streaming even during the leave that I was granted, like when my daughter was born. And when my son was born, I hadn't started streaming yet, but like that's probably the closest thing to like a full-on break that I took was when my son was born. But like I was still, even though I was off work, like I was still dadding, you know?
We care for quite a few long-term patients here.
Never
All
truly off the
undergoing
clock, yeah.
Experimental therapies. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Dad's going dad. Oh, yeah.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Yeah, I don't like to just like sit around. Like every once in a while I feel like I need to like decompress, and I might take like a day off, maybe 2, but I don't like being like unproductive. Like there's no such thing as just like chilling for me. I always feel like I got to be doing something. Yeah, all good, Nix. All good, buddy. I've been up since like 3 a.m. I'm tired of shit myself. Alright, why is she being a weird lady? Why are you being weird? Wow, so cool. She's just not behaving today, apparently. Tend to get restless by my second day off? Yeah. It's twice now that she just like didn't go where she was supposed to go. Why in first person with Leon? Why not? Yo, what up, sellers? Surely this time we're getting out of the care center, right? Yeah, I hope so, dude. I sure hope so. Well, it's a free PB now because we have the Orphanage skip mod installed. Do we just get a free PB now? Yeah, we're skipping the best part of the game, yeah.
Care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very
It's all
cutting
very
edge.
cutting edge. Yeah.
The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet
At least we still have the motorbike. Yeah. That's also my favorite part of the game. I'm sure it's just a matter of time before people decide that they don't feel like doing the bike either. And then that ends up getting removed. I think I'm not aiming high enough on these shots.
Nice. That bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor?
We should get a mod that after we use the chainsaw, we just skip this
In the
too.
meantime, I'll try to track him down.
We're just holding W, so I think we should definitely get a mod to skip that.
Come on, come on, come on!
What do you guys think? Like we use the chainsaw and then it like immediately teleports us to like right here. Like as soon as we use the chainsaw. Actually no, it should teleport us further than that because this is all auto scroller too. We should like make like a custom thing where like after we use the chainsaw it like teleports us like all the way to the point where like we use the Requiem to collat the 3 zombies. We should just like skip all this shit because it's like consistent now, right? So surely like it's gonna be boring now and people aren't gonna want to play it, so we should definitely just get a mod that removes all that stuff because people don't like to play it and they just think it's boring. So like we've got skipping the cook down consistently. We've got skipping the cook down consistently. Like we've got all of these lines consistent now to where like it's kind of boring now. So I think maybe we should get a mod and put it to a vote to where like we vote to just skip all this part, right? Like this is all super consistent right here, so like it's just hold W. It's all auto scroller. Like there's 0 chance that this guy grabs when you crouch, so like it's like basically free. Like nothing could go wrong, and it's kind of boring. So I kind of think that we should get a mod so we can skip it. All free areas should be... Yeah. Exactly. All free areas should be skipped. Ask them if we can get a mod that skips work IRL because it's boring and nobody likes it. Yeah. Yeah, let's get a mod that just lets everybody skip through their workday. Alright, yeah, this is all free right here. Nothing actually happens during this part, so I think all this should be skipped too.
I hate this place. What if I can't get out?
Like all these lines are super giga free right here. This is just basically auto scroller. So we should skip it.
Weird. How do people normally get in? Oh, sorry about this.
Yeah, like this is all still hold W. I think we should skip all this too. You know what I think? I think like basically from like you know how we have no intro chat? Like basically nothing happens. Basically nothing happens even from like the no intro start point that we have. Nothing happens actually until we get to the 3 zombies that are coming up here. Yo, Danry, thank you for the 160. Appreciate it. I don't know what currency that is, but I do appreciate it. Oh no, I fucked up. There we go. Lost a couple seconds there. Alright, so here's what I think, chat. Basically there's nothing interesting that happens from the start of the game all the way until this hallway. So I think like right here, we should make a save and like that's where no intro starts. I think that's what we should do.
Jesus.
Like you just start right at this shot since it's like Everything up until this point is just hold W. We should just like make a mod that like makes it to where you start right there. Yeah, say like it cuts 9 minutes from the run. Well, optimally it cuts like 8 minutes from the run. I think people would be happy with that. I don't think people really feel like playing the first 8 minutes anyway, so.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
I'm not honestly not even sure, Lufu. I just do whatever it seems like I have a clear path to get through those guys with. So can I not get through? Okay. That's what I wanted to know. I wasn't sure, but I felt like that guy was just gonna... troll. Yeah, imagine how much nicer this one would be if we could just skip all this and just like get a mod for it. Yeah, I think the gray sections are just holding W 90% of the time. Let's just mod out all the grays. Yeah. I agree. I think when it's like this and we're just running through and there's like nothing happening, I think we should just mod all that out. It's like pretty boring, so. At this point, we've all seen the whole game. Let's just have a mod that puts you at the final boss. Yeah. Exactly.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Please, wait here.
don't know, Michael. I don't know.
Bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
Realistically, the game has two endings. The optimal thing to do is the fastest ending and/or split categories. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of get the whole like kill Gideon being like the ending choice thing because
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will
it's
do.
one decision, and the run would be pretty anticlimactic if like there was no final boss. And it's not like RE1 where like you have to do a bunch of stuff to get the best ending and it's like actual content, you know? It's like just literally some half-assed decision that you make at the end of the game. But it is the fastest way to beat the game. True, true. I think that if we had like access to more skips and stuff, like any percent would make more sense for that sort of thing, but we just don't. I don't even think that there's going to be an any percent category for this game. Because there's just like no skips, basically. Yeah, I think we would need to have a lot of skips for like an 90% category to make sense. Ever play Army of Two? I did not. Yeah, Sync, that's basically the thing that I've been saying is like I feel like the vibe that I'm getting, with the whole rule making situation is that like we're not making decisions logically, we're making them based off of our feelings. And I'm definitely on the bandwagon of like fuck your feelings, either choose to run the game or don't, but like don't sit there and try to like don't try to sit there and influence how the run could or should be because you don't like something.
What if I can't get out? Weird. How do people normally get... Oh, sorry about this.
Like I said, guys, I'm gonna run whatever ends up on the leaderboards, but the fuck? That was weird.
This might be useful.
What do you mean, orphanage skip? I mean that people feel that the orphanage is too boring. And they have somehow convinced the moderators to put it up to a vote that is going to make it to where you can install a mod that removes the orphanage segment from the game. Because they don't feel like doing the orphanage. It's currently dividing the community immensely at the moment. Supposed to be made with feelings and not logic, yeah. I mean, definitely kind of seems like what's going on.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
We're the ones leading the charge of it. I actually don't even know who like brought it up at first. Honestly, I honestly don't even know whose like idea it was. Apparently, like, just a few streamers were talking about it, and then it, like, gained traction to the point where, like, the moderators put it up to a vote. But, like I said, I don't even know whose idea it was, or if it was just, like, a bunch of random streamers that all had the same idea. I don't know. I don't know the background, and I don't really care. I know what my opinion is on it and what I'm gonna do, for better or worse, but we'll just have to see what happens. Not surprised it got brought up to the table. Yeah. I mean, I am surprised. I will say this. I am surprised that it's being entertained. Like, brought up, not surprised. The fact that it's being entertained, definitely surprised. Not a bad thing, just adding another mod to install, less simple. For newcomers to set up a run. I mean, the thing is, like, I'm not here to try to convince anybody, by the way, like, on my point of view. I'm not here to try to convince anybody. Obviously, like, for those of you that share my point of view, that's cool. But, like, I'm not here to try to change people's minds, necessarily. I mean, maybe I am, I don't know. But I do think that it sets a bad precedent.
What the fuck?
Glad you're enjoying it. It's been very, very cool. Very, very cool seeing all the support and love coming in from the varying communities across Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, everybody that's been enjoying the content. Newcomers need to get RE framework, SRT, FOV mod, Orphanage skip mod, set up the no intro, totally friendly, just boot up the game and speedrun it. Yeah, this is like the most anti out of the box experience I've ever seen for speedruns. I'm not here to change anybody's minds necessarily. I mean, I think people kind of already have their mind made up on, like, whether they want it allowed or not. And I feel like the decision's probably already been made behind the scenes. But I think regardless of what the community decides, don't say I didn't warn everybody about the consequences. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Like, I think the RE community is about to be set up for a lot of stagnation because of the fact that we're making the speedrun scene just like not accessible at all. Well, and that kind of skip, even if it's a really boring one, will be carried over some other title at some point. Yeah, I mean that's my fear. That's my fear, is that RE games are just gonna devolve into entitlement simulator.
Perfect fit. Only one left.
And I think that it's dangerous. There's not really a better way to say it. It's super dangerous for trying to, like, build a growth-oriented community. Like, we want new people to come in and enjoy these games and speedrun them. And when the barrier to entry is so high, that's a huge problem.
Of course it gets up.
Like, imagine somebody coming in and being like, yo, Hayes, been seeing your shorts and I would love to get into speedrunning this game. Where do I start? I don't even think I can recommend the Discord right now. Because it's like, the amount of shit that you have to go through just to speedrun this game with the way that the present rules are. This is not like first speed game friendly at all. Not even close. Why'd you have to join a Discord in the first place? Well, traditionally speaking, like, the speedrunning Discords are generally, like, really, really good for, like, providing information to people that are, like, just getting started. Like, it's a good resource. Oh no, I killed the wrong guy. Fuck. That's unfortunate. I have a line, though. I have a line we could take for, like, backup. Traditionally speaking, the Discord is a good place to, like, pick up strats and, like, talk to other runners and all that stuff. As well as, like, if there is any kind of setup, which is usually very minimal, you know, there's, like, a guide for it. The setup for this game is just, like, not like, new game friendly at all. Not new game friendly at all. Like, if somebody was like, hey, like, I'm thinking about running this game, but I've never speedrun before, would you recommend this game? I would say absolutely not. 0%.
There's some buttons. I can't find to pick some. I guess. Can you read them and then push the buttons in this order? Star. I have to keep it together. Moon. Sun.
Alright, dude's here, but we can go this way. Did I hear about RE9 reaching 6 million copies? I did. Very exciting news.
Here it is. Oh, what the fuck?
Such a long sequence.
Grace?
Hello? Oh, what the fuck? I was too close. Damn. Rip.
I thought that thing was dead.
My god, we got out of Care Center 1. It's a miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. Oh my god.
I'm glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
Yeah. Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What? Why?
Dude, what the fuck? Why is my gun just like not killing him anymore? I don't understand. That's the second time that like it just doesn't kill him. Like I'm not doing anything wrong in this fight. But for some reason I'm just like not doing enough damage. That fist shot should kill him every time. Of course, it works that time. Happened to the other shotgun? The skill ceiling's just a little too high for it right now. I think it probably will be faster long term, but we're just not there yet. Dude, I hate being a minute behind this early in the run, man. But you know what? We get a free PB with Orphanage skip, so we might as well just freaking, you know, because we just don't feel like doing it, so we just get a free 7 minutes of time save that we, you know, we just get to take advantage of.
This place is infested. His office should be upstairs.
No, I don't think I'm gonna be playing Crimson Desert. Ooh, that's close. Yeah, Richard, thank you for the membership, buddy. Appreciate it.
Well, that's my cardio for the week.
What exactly was the difficult part about the gun? It's the spread mostly. Spread plus cute bear charm distance is really challenging to land just right.
Pretty sure I found Victor's private office.
Ah, this is so bad. What an awful pace. We're talking about the 870 police.
Why is this under the hospital? That's too effective.
Yeah, I think we should get a mod and skip basement. There's not really a lot that happens down here, and I kind of just don't really feel like playing it anymore. So. Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Richard. Appreciate that, buddy. Got a gift membership. Be sure to thank the homie. Enjoy the early access to my short form videos. And the emotes and the chat badge.
That's 2.
People with arachnophobia should be allowed to skip the spider section. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we need to be conscious of people with arachnophobia, so I think that we should definitely get people to do a mod so that way we can skip the spider. Rip. Cool, dude. Fucking love that, man. Fuck, dude. Fuck. That is unfortunate. Highly, highly unfortunate, dude. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Thank you again for the 5 gifted, Richard. Appreciate that. Yes, I did turn memberships on my YouTube channel for any interested people. We offer early access to videos, which whenever I do a batch of shorts, usually it's like 3 days worth, sometimes up to a week's worth, so you guys can get a few days early access that way. I also do like cross post those shorts too, so sometimes you can see them a little bit earlier if you follow me on Instagram and TikTok. But yeah, I offer those memberships for only $1, so if you guys want to support my content, it's a really, really nice way to keep everything on one platform with your early access benefits, and also get some recognition in the chat. And like I said, it's only $1, so every single membership is much, much appreciated. So I will be right back though. Just give me a couple minutes. I'm gonna grab a snack and use the bathroom. I'm also gonna uninstall, or I'm not gonna uninstall. I'm gonna install the basement skip and the bike skip and the extended intro skip and the Grace like going to the elevator skip in Ark. All the skips basically. All right.
Resident Evil.
Back to the care center, my favorite. Do I have experience on gaming engines or development? I do. Went to college for game design. Have an associate degree. Worked my way around Unity for a little while when I was in college. Did a little bit of Unreal on my own time. Ooh, this is gonna be close. I felt like that was super late. What about learning Unreal? Very cool. Haven't dabbled in it in a while. Last time I touched Unreal was like 2020, maybe. Orphanage skip is a thing now? We don't know. I'm kind of preparing for it to be a thing, but yeah. Opinion on both Unreal and Unity comparing. I mean, they're both more similar than a lot of people give them credit for, but
For quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies
I
developed.
do think that the post-processing stack for Unreal tends to allow for the photorealistic art style to permeate a little bit better through
By Dr. Gideon.
the rendering of assets, but I mean, you can still achieve it with
Therapies.
Unity. It's just,
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the
I think
sensitive
I
nature
tend to
of the
find
research.
that Unity is,
Oh, I bet it does.
at least back when I was in college, a lot of people used it more for like smaller scale projects.
Please wait here.
But yeah, it's all very cutting edge. I mainly did Unity in college, but back in like 2017 to 2019 when I was in school, that was during like the VR bubble, and UE4 had a lot more going for it in that space. So even though we were learning Unity in the classroom, a lot of the people that I studied with were gravitating toward Unreal because they wanted to develop for VR. But I wouldn't say that one is like definitively better than the other. I would say honestly, like for a lot of studios, it comes down to like licensing more than it actually comes down to like which one's better. But depending on the scale and scope of your project, like how much you pay to publish via Unity or Unreal is really dependent on like what kind of game you're making. That's why I feel like a lot of mobile game developers end up going for Unity, is because the pricing structure I think is just better for it. At least it was. It's gone through some iterations, I believe, over the last 7 or 8 years. I haven't followed it as closely since I graduated, though.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapy. It's developed by Dr. Gideon.
When you use it to showcase interior design.
Experimental therapies.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can probably do that.
It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
I wouldn't know much about that particular side of it, though. My emphasis was specifically on game design. Also passive, thank you for the membership. Appreciate you, buddy.
Nice.
Nice. And the 5-piece collat. Jeez. The rare 5-piece. What am I hoping the story DLC for RE9 will be?
That bastard did it again.
I'm hoping it will be good.
How things on your end?
I guess I don't really care what exactly it's about as long as it's good.
Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Come on, come on! I'll be fine.
Prime. Yo, welcome in, Trash Man. Oh, you motherfucker. Yeah, I hope the DLC is about Leon and Chris's wedding. And then caressing each other's hot and supple bodies. Well oiled, of course. Yo, what's up, NP? Hope you are doing well. Do we skip it all? Yes. We skip it all.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies.
Something new? I mean, I don't know if I would say it's new. It's a mod that's been out for like
Developed by Dr. Gideon.
over a week now.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive
Basically, a bunch of people don't really feel like doing the orphanage, so
And it does.
they brought up the idea of allowing the mod to skip the orphanage. It's got the community a little bit divided right now,
Please wait
but
here.
it seems like it's probably going to pass, so.
Nice.
They should skip this cutting edge technology walking. Yes. Anything that's not Leon shooting a gun should be skipped. Absolutely everything.
That one. That bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Come on, come on!
Yo, Monster, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. you got a gift membership, be sure to thank the homie. Enjoy the sub badge, the emotes, and the early access to my content. Thank you, Monster. Twitch Prime. Yeah, we've got mad support coming into the YouTube stream. It's much appreciated. I will say I'm very happy that I'm able to offer like custom pricing on YouTube for memberships. Because when they increased the cost of subs on Twitch, what was that, like 2 years ago? And like basically didn't give creators the option to like keep the pricing the same.
I hate this place.
That did not sit right with me at all.
What if I can't get out?
And I feel like ever since, like, it has been a lot more challenging to drive subscriptions on Twitch ever since they did the price hike. So I definitely like the fact that I can set my own price on YouTube. Because I personally think $5.99 is like way too much for a sub. Especially when you consider the fact that a lot of people like to subscribe to like multiple streamers. And like when you're talking about $5.99 for every single streamer, like most people are not going to want to shell out $40, $50 a month to subscribe to their favorite streamers. Like to me, that's just like so obnoxious. And obviously I appreciate the heck out of everybody that subscribes on Twitch. But I feel like it would be so much nicer if I had control over the pricing, because I would not make subs cost $5.99. I think it's just so steep. And like $7.99 a month. In US, it's $5.99.
This might be useful.
Like if you want to sub to multiple streamers at this point, they want you to get turbo instead. Yeah. I would say that if you subscribe to like 2 or more streamers, it's probably better to just do turbo. And then like if you really want the emotes and stuff, you can like use channel points for them. Yeah, I am not a fan of Twitch's current subscription model right now. It's just so expensive. Like, yeah, you get ad-free viewing, which is nice, and that's not something that you get on YouTube.
Jesus.
Like, there are perks that you get that you don't get on YouTube, but Even if they like knocked off the ad-free viewing and like you had to have Twitch Turbo to turn ads off, I feel like a $1 to $3 price point per sub would make so much more sense. Like, to me, most of the value of the subscription comes from no ads. But the fact that that only applies to the one channel that you watch, it's like... I'd rather Twitch Turbo be, like, its own separate thing and, like, the only way to remove ads, and then I'm able to charge, like, $1 or $2 for a sub instead. In Australia, it's 11.49. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, I forgot the lockpick. That's okay.
What the
Grab
fuck
it here in a
is
sec.
even destined?
Just a lot of it comes from the fact that like everything is just a freaking subscription now, and it's really frustrating as like as a creator, you know, that relies on those forms of income, or you know, those models for income. It's just like I know that you guys pay for subscriptions for freaking everything, and if I had it my way, I would have better systems in place where people didn't have to do that. But that's why I like sponsors so much, is because I feel like at least with sponsors, like, you get something out of it if you decide to participate in the sponsor. It's not just like you giving me your money and then you get nothing in return. Adobe, GPT, Gemini, Twitch, YouTube, Spotify. Yeah. Yeah, it adds up real quick. It doesn't even include your freaking utility bills and all that stuff at your house. Like, living these days is annoying. I mean, that's a morbid way of putting it, but yeah. You know what I like? I like buying something and then owning it. That's my favorite thing ever. Like to pay for something a single time, and then I own it, and then like if there ever comes a point in time that I decide, you know what, I don't think I want to own that thing anymore, I can sell it. nice if I could do that and it's not, you know, constantly thinking money into stuff all the time.
Perfect fit. Only one left. Of course it gets up.
Imagine paying in the subscription in the future to use the GPU that you just bought. Yeah. Yeah, you buy a GPU and it's like $3,000 for your new graphics card, and then as soon as you install it in your computer, the very first thing that pops up is a $25 a month subscription
This must be it.
to actually use it. After you just spent all that
Can't tell
money
which
to
button's
own it.
which. Brew.
Or buying your car and having to pay a subscription to use its features. I mean, they already do that, right? Like, there's so many services they bundle with cars now, like OnStar and freaking SiriusXM and all that stuff. Like, but yeah, imagine they make it even worse and like you can't even use the cruise control unless you pay like $30 a month.
What do you want me to read? Can't hurt. There's some buttons.
Or you could like buy a Tesla and then like you don't get the autopilot stuff unless you pay. That's a thing.
Keep it together. Star.
Honestly, like if I were to buy a Tesla, I would buy a pre-owned one just because of the fact that a lot of the like autopilot and stuff, like to buy it brand new is like giga expensive, but if you buy a used car that already has it on it, like it doesn't hold a lot of value with it being on there. So like you could get it a lot cheaper just going used. Let somebody else pay for it and then you just buy it secondhand.
Here it is. Oh, what the fuck?
I think the blister head usually goes like AFK if it's one of the ones that's... Oh, never mind. He's... Bro, what? What is going on? How are you not dead? The fuck was that? That's some serious bullshit. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. No! I thought he was AFK! You fucker. Bro. Here we are once again, not getting out of care center. Yeah, I don't really feel like doing this part, so I think we should get a mod in place so we can skip that. It's like basically auto-scroller anyway after you kill the second zombie, so I think we should definitely skip that. I think that we should get a mod to where, like, when you load into the game and you hit, like, new game insanity. I think what it should do is it should just put you, like, right into the, like, part at the end of the game where you have to, like, pick whether to release or destroy Elpis. And then, like, we just allow to where you're allowed to skip Gideon, and so you just, like, plug in the password and then that's the run. Oh, I know, Trey. I'm memeing, obviously, but I'm well aware that there's gonna be like the regular like intro category. But I do think that removing Orphanage sets a very, very bad precedent for the future of the franchise and speedrunning. Not just with like this game, but like future games. And also past games. Like, where do we draw the line? Because under the same logic that we're skipping, that we're proposing to skip the Orphanage in this game, we could have argued the same thing for Sherry's section in RE2. We could argue the same thing for RE7 boat section. We could argue the same thing for RE Village Beneviento house. Like, it just sets a really bad precedent that whenever a new RE game comes out, that we're just gonna like ignore the parts that we don't feel like doing. Because we just don't like it, rather than, you know, appreciating and respecting the game that we got. And I'm not saying that anybody that votes in favor of the skips is like wrong, or that they, you know, like I don't have any ill will towards them. I really don't think that it's a good precedent to set. Especially when, like, we're talking about this is probably going to be the main category.
Mental therapies.
Yes.
And this is going to be the type of category that new people coming into, like, this is going to be their first speed game.
Oh, I bet it does.
It's not going to be their first speed game because they're going to, like, realize how much shit goes into just even, like, running the game at all to be on main category, and they're just going to be turned off to it.
Please, wait here.
Like I said, I mean, I'm not saying that, like, people that think that it should be allowed or whatever, like, there's no hard feelings towards anybody. I do think that it sets a bad precedent. The run's an hour and 45 minutes. It's not that long. I don't think 7 minutes is, like, the make or break when it comes to, like, what we can tolerate from a speedrun. When it's the majority of the way through the game anyways, and, like, the end game is not that toxic. But the only toxic part of Endgame is maybe the Victor fight, because sometimes he's an asshole with his rocket launcher. But like Hunk Skip is free now. Like a lot of the Grace stuff is like pretty chill. Like Arc is like compared to all 3 sections of the game between like
That bastard did it.
Orphanage or not Orphanage, like Raccoon City, Care Center, and Arc is like
Good. Good. Can you find me the?
maybe not more chill than the majority of RC, but
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
like the most toxic part of this run is the first 20 minutes. Maybe 30 minutes. 'Cause basement's kind of weird right now, but I do feel like we're getting close to something good with basement. I was watching a lot of the people implementing the no save strat, and it seems like the grab bait is working pretty well for most people. So I feel like that's kind of like the one hiccup that we've had for the longest time with basement, that I honestly feel like even like basement's not going to be that bad. I really feel like the first 20 minutes of this run is like the worst part of the whole run. Everything else is really not that bad. So to me, it just seems kind of unnecessary to skip 7 minutes when it's not like that section's toxic at all, and it's not like the sections after that are that toxic either. And I just, again, I feel like it's setting a bad precedent for the future of speedruns in RE games. Now, if Capcom could just like maybe stop making intermission segments that are fucking boring as hell in repeat playthroughs, like that would be kind of cool. But I don't think the speedrunning community is the community to solve that problem. But I'm gonna run whatever gets implemented, so like it's whatever. Like I'm not. I'm not gonna just like be up in arms about it and be like the type of person that's like, oh well, if I don't get what I want, I'm removing my runs from the leaderboard. Like I'm not gonna be like that. I'm still gonna run the game, but. And the thing is, I also get that we're not forcing people to, like, even if it gets implemented, we're not forcing people to install the mod. But anybody that wants to be competitive has to install the mod. Like, there's just no... There's no way to be competitive without the mod, because if we're basing it off of an optimal orphanage time, the element of human error is going to make it to where if you don't install the mod, you're literally losing time every single run. Because you're not going to get it down to the millisecond every single time you run Orphanage. You're going to lose like 0.15 or 0.1 or whatever. Like you're always losing microseconds every time you do it if you don't install the mod. And then on top of that, that's also 7 minutes of your IRL time that you're losing compared to everybody else that has the mod installed. Which is the difference in like a full day's worth of runs of like maybe getting an extra attempt in. Assuming that you're resetting heavy at the end of the game. I just really think it sets a bad precedent, but it is what it is. Like, I mean, I'm not chastising anybody, but I do think people aren't really considering the long-term ramifications of making this decision. Because historically, the way that these leaderboards have been run with new RE games is it's like, oh, well, like, we did it with RE7, so we should totally do it with RE Village, or we did it with RE2 Remake, so we have to do it with RE4 Remake. This is going to set the precedent that literally anytime there's something boring in a game, that we just skip it. We're just gonna commission a mod, and then we're gonna skip it, and then we're just gonna say fuck you to the devs in the game that we decide to run, and we're not gonna pay respect to the fact that it's a game that people work hard on, that we are choosing to play because we love it, even the things that maybe we don't love. Like, it's a package deal. And I think you know, there is a little bit of compromise in that we have no intro, right? Because it's understandable that 5 to 10 minute long intros are they do get exhausting, but I think that's where the line gets drawn. I think no intro is one thing. I think no intro plus we're skipping mid sections of the run because we don't feel like doing that part. Like that's where the line gets drawn, I think. Where it should be drawn, in my opinion.
This might be useful.
Completely different story if somebody like found an out of bounds that skipped Orphanage, by the way. Completely different story. Because it's part of the game. For better or worse. But the fact that we're resorting to mods is just... There's just something dirty about it to me. Feel the same way about the FOV mod. I feel the same way about, like... all of it, really. That's fine.
Jesus.
She got staggered from the dude falling over. That's funny. She should be fine, hopefully. Intro is different since it's done 100% of the time on a reset. Yeah. Yeah, like, and the thing is, like, anybody could do no intro, right? Like, setting up the save doesn't require you modifying your game files or anything like that. You can do it on console even, like, it's super, super accessible to do no intro. But, like I said, I mean, the fact that we're just, like, resorting to mods to, like, make this game... Motherfucker. I just really don't think we should be resorting to mods. It just does not seem like it's going to be good for the longevity of the franchise as it pertains to speedruns. Yo, what's up, Raven? Hope you're doing well, buddy.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Yo, what's up, Neo?
Experimental therapies.
Experimental therapies.
It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Dude, why is that just not working half the time, dude? I don't understand. Not heard of this orphanage skip? How much is skipped? It skips the entire orphanage. From the time that you trigger the cutscene until the time you get back control of Leon. and fight Mr. X. It's like 7 minutes. And I hadn't heard about it either until this morning, Raven. And I was like, oh shit, did like somebody figure out... You know what also just like made me feel even worse about this when I found out about it is like... At first, when I woke up and saw Orphanage skip in the Discord, you know what my first thought was? My first thought was, oh, somebody figured out like how to get out of bounds in the RPD and like we can just go straight to Mr. X. And then it was the most fucking lame thing I've ever fucking heard that people were actually suggesting that we install a mod to skip Orphanage. Because I was actually super excited that somebody apparently like the way it was presented to me, and obviously I'm like fucking half asleep over here, right? So this is like yeah, like I like saw it and I was like, oh shit, did somebody figure out like how to get out of bounds? And I was so excited. And then when I found out that it was a mod, all of my excitement just immediately got turned into like depression. And just like it being super lame. I was like, guys, come on, really? Because I'll tell you what, if somebody had figured out like how to get out of bounds in RPD, and like there's still like the Mr. X trigger is still there, and like you can still progress and skip that whole shit, dude. I would be behind that 100%. Because it's baked into the game more or less. But yeah, yeah, I saw that it was a mod and then all of my excitement just immediately got flushed down the toilet.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Flush down the toilet like flushing it 50 times in this game, yeah.
It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive...
Does anybody know? Has anybody used no-clip tools? If you were to hypothetically go out of bounds, does anybody know if Mr. X works? If you're like back there at the basketball courts? Like, does he still spawn, even if you haven't done Orphanage yet? Crazy how there's zero tech in this game. I know, it's pretty wild.
That bastard did it again.
Alright, I have my ammo count just right here.
Things on your end.
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Hopefully the new Onimusha is less scripted.
Come on, come on!
Who knows? What's my top 3 Resident Evils? I'd say it's like 2 remake, 4 remake, and 3 OG. So OG 2 or 3, the first game to accept mods. That was 3. Yeah, the grenade launcher tool. Yeah, people are gonna call me a hypocrite for this, but I actually was in favor of the grenade launcher tool. But I think that that situation is so much different than this one, though. Like, actually quite a bit different. And the reason for that, for those of you that don't know, is that in 3 OG, so when you go to the STARS office in 3 OG, there is it's a random element of the game, just like a lot of stuff that's random in that game, where there is a essentially virtually 50-50 chance that you will get either a grenade launcher or a magnum in the locker. And the reason that it was so like such a hot topic, especially after the game was 20 some odd years old and there were people that had put like tens of thousands of hours into speedrunning this game, is that when you get the rocket, or not the rocket, when you get the grenade launcher versus the magnum, you're essentially actually running two different categories, because the route that you take to get an optimal playthrough with the magnum is completely different than the route that you would take with the grenade launcher. And both routes are fairly similar, but it is definitively proven with all of the like years and years of testing that they put into it. It was definitively proven that the grenade launcher is about, I think it's 10 seconds faster, roughly. Because you still end up having to get the grenade launcher in the magnum route. It's just that you have to go get it at the other location. But it's 10 seconds slower if you end up with a magnum. And so because the games were kind of like more or less considered their own categories, depending on what RNG you got, it made a lot of sense at that time to go ahead and allow the use of the grenade launcher tool, which was a mod, so that you could at least be guaranteed that you're running the category that you sign up for when you commit to doing runs for the day. Like if you got, like there was a point in the run, like if you were going for world record, it was literally, if you got the magnum, you just reset. Because you're just not even taking the same pathing through Raccoon City anymore. Like you have to deviate from your route in order to I think you do need the magnum for one spot, so you have to like make a detour for that. And then you still have to get the grenade launcher anyways. So like you're just not even playing the same game anymore if you roll a magnum over a grenade launcher. So that element is completely understandable. This is like a completely different context. This is like literally just 7 minutes of gameplay that people don't feel like doing, and so they want a mod to get rid of it. Also, yes, I would highly recommend picking up the OG games on GOG. Very good bundle. Good games. You'll have a good time. They want a Haze Blade mod, yeah. Well, you want to know something interesting about the grenade launcher tool debate is I was hardly, like, I was definitely not a seasoned veteran of RE runs at the time, but I actually made a YouTube video on it. And that YouTube video was highly influential in the final outcome, which was eventually to allow the grenade launcher tool.
Jesus.
So you might even attribute the fact that we got that mod allowed in RE3 to the video that I made. Because that video did a lot of views. For the time period. And given like the fact that the RE3 speedrun community is fairly small. But I feel like it helped like break down the argument into layman's terms for people that were like on the fence and like trying to figure out like whether or not they supported the decision or not. And I honestly think like the closing argument of like you're kind of running two different categories and you don't even know what category you're running until you're 5 minutes into your run. I think that was definitely the point where people were like, okay, maybe we should allow this. Getting through basement just to find out you got the Magnum. Yeah, exactly. All that work just to end up with a Magnum.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Welcome to the family, son.
Hey, Churagon, thank you for the brand new Prime sub. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just heard the squishing sound of this lady just getting trampled. Oh, she ain't dead. Please tell me she is now. Oh, geez, she's still kicking. Oh, God. Get out of the way, lady. Oh, God, the surgeon's already back, too. Oh, my God. Bro, this is sketchy as fuck. Dude, I think he's gonna catch up to me, and this is gonna be not a good time. Jesus Christ. That was so sketchy. What the fuck, bro? So sketchy. Jesus. If you buy on GOG, do you have to do any extra steps? No. Actually, one of the really cool things about GOG is that none of the games have DRM. So it's actually like an out-of-the-box experience that's really nice. I definitely recommend GOG for a lot of like the retro games. I picked up Dino Crisis on GOG not too long ago. The both games. On Steam now, but apparently Capcom put DRM on it. Yeah, that's why I bought it on GOG. The GOG version doesn't have DRM.
Oh, fuck.
I like the distract shot here. I feel like it works super well. Bro, what? How the fuck did she get that close so quick? Wow, cool, dude. Oh, the next area is all what the care center is? Yeah, I kind of hope so too. Kind of hope that, assuming CVX remake is like actually what we're getting next, assuming the rumor mill is correct. I do hope it plays a lot like Road Soul. I could actually see the systems in this game where like you have Grace, aka Claire, survival horror elements, and like Chris doing the more actiony stuff. I actually could see that system working really well with CVX. And having the zap system return in that fashion too, where like enemies that you don't kill as Claire are still there with Chris whenever he goes through the same areas, you know? Certain weapons and ammo drops and all that stuff.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Experimental.
RE9 doesn't fine, but I feel it holds its style back. Yeah, I mean, I can see that element
It's all
too.
very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
I feel like CVX could pull it off, but maybe with like slightly. God, you fucking asshole. Hold on, let me see here. Now I feel like with CVX, like they could go with like Chris's side of things. Like they could definitely go like less action heavy than this on Leon's side, but still like keep horror at the forefront. Like obviously Chris isn't quite at badass level during the events of CVX. Like he's on his way there, but he's not quite there yet. I would say he doesn't quite get to that level until like RE5. I can definitely see it working, but they definitely need to fix the issues with CVX, though. The thing is, I think that the marketing for this game, it kind of sets you up knowing ahead of time that, like, Grace and Leon's campaigns are kind of, like, intertwined. Kind of prepares you for that going in, but I feel like CVX, there wasn't a lot of marketing for the game when it first came out, so, like, the whole, like, oh, you're gonna play as Chris, and, like, what you did as Claire matters. Like, they didn't cover that at all, I feel like, in the marketing. And so everybody's first playthrough, they went in not realizing that, like, decisions that you made as Claire have a huge impact on what happens when you play as Chris. And, like, all the item box setup stuff. And I feel like that really set people up for failure in that game. I think if they marketed the game like this, where, like, you knew as, like, a potential customer going in that that's how it was going to be.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature.
I think it would have softened the blow for a lot of people. CVX is still a really great game, though. Like, honestly, CVX is really great as a game for, like, multiple playthrough type situation. Like, after you've beaten CVX once, the game gets to be a lot more fun when you, like, know what to do and... Didn't bother to finish the game because you got soft locked? Yeah. I think a lot of people did, honestly. I know I got soft locked in my first playthrough.
That bastard did
OG always had higher skill to play. Well, what was particularly interesting about the older RE games is that the American versions were a lot harder than the foreign versions.
I'll see what I can do.
And a lot of that is because of the fact that...
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Because of, like, Blockbuster, people were renting the game, and, like, Capcom, they didn't want the game to be too easy because you would rent it from Blockbuster, and then you would beat it in a weekend, and then you wouldn't want to buy a copy of the game because it only, like, obviously the games weren't that long. So if it was too easy, then you would beat it over the weekend, and then you would have no incentive to buy the game. So they intentionally cranked up the difficulty on the American versions and made it so that, like, Nemesis has, like, twice as much HP, and he kills you in, like, half as many hits in RE3 OG. And they did that on purpose so that way, like, you wouldn't be able to beat the game in a weekend, and you'd have to buy it if you wanted to finish it. Or you'd have to rent it multiple times. That's also why, like, nobody speedruns the American version, is because the American version of RE3... The American version of RE3 is hard as fuck. It's so fucking hard. Even, like, heavy mode in the Taiwanese version, which is the one that people speedrun. Even heavy mode in that, dude. You play on hard mode on the US version? Dude, Nemi takes like 100 handgun rounds to drop him once. Dude, it's so bad. Yeah, Nemi did not play around on the US version. Yeah, like you play heavy mode on the foreign versions, man. Like you got plenty of ammo, super cushy gameplay, nothing can go wrong. Yeah, you fire up the American version, you're soft locked by the time you even get back to the freaking door with the lockpick. After those first 2 Nemi fights, dude, you're fucking spent. You ain't got nothing left.
This place. What if I can't get out?
Oh fuck.
Shit.
Wrong way.
Weird. How do people normally get it? Oh, sorry about this.
Easy mode is way too easy. Yeah, that's the other funny thing about it. Yeah, you get on easy mode and they give you like a full assault rifle, 100% capacity, freaking Nemi dies in like 2 shots. Yeah, there's like no balance between difficulties in that game. And the real secret, by the way, chat, is that if you put the assault rifle on manual instead of auto, it does way more damage. Way more.
This might be useful. Jesus.
Oh, you motherfucker. We gotta hope that this isn't a fucking royal disaster. Alright, we did make it out. That's actually kind of surprising, not gonna lie. Chunk might be trolling though. Yeah. Darn it! I want to leave the care center! Wonder why there isn't a sequel to Shadow of the Colossus or a remake. I thought they did remake Shadow of the Colossus like years and years ago. Or was that just a remaster? Yo, what's up, Sam? Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, I saw Blue Point shut down, which is like super unfortunate. I was really hoping we would see a Bloodborne remake from them, or at least a remaster. Demon Souls remake was so good though. Blue Point asked them if they could do it, and From said no. Well, I don't think From even had the authority to make that decision. Miyazaki said, I think it was like 2 years ago, or a year ago maybe, that like they don't even own the rights to Bloodborne. It's all Sony. Like any decision on anything for the future of Bloodborne is completely up to Sony.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies developed. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Sony doesn't want to do anything with it because of money. Well, they're stupid because that game would make so much money.
The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
I think that Sony has a problem though, because Xbox played 4D chess, and now their next generation of consoles coming out are going to be able to play PlayStation games after a year. So it's like, this is bad.
Nice.
Yeah, Sony's gonna lose a lot of money in the next few years if they don't figure something out. Because they might be winning the console wars. Wow. They think they're winning the console wars, but I honestly think that Xbox making the decision to partner with Steam, like, it basically forced Sony to, like, swallow their pride and either do one of two things. Like, either way, they're gonna be swallowing something, right?
How are things on your end?
Either way, they're swallowing something, all right.
Good.
But
Can you find me the floor plan?
I mean, that's why they don't want to bring
Well, in the meantime,
games to PC anymore, is because the next generation of Xbox is going to be running Steam OS.
Come on!
And by that logic, that means that all Sony PlayStation games that are coming to Steam will be playable on Xbox. Which, I mean, that basically seals the deal for anybody that's like, oh, well, I want to choose the console that has the most games on it. And like, yeah, you might be waiting a year for exclusivity, right? But you're still going to be able to play that game in a year without having to buy a PlayStation. That was the idea. But then as soon as Sony caught wind of that, they're like, okay, well, we're not going to do that anymore. But I don't know that I see Sony making that decision and that paying off for them in the long term. SteamOS mean you can play games online from Xbox to PC? Probably, yeah. I would say so. I mean, we don't even know. I don't think we even understand the full scope of like what Microsoft's plans are right now for that, but damn it, I got too close. That's my fault. I think Sony's got a bit of an issue, though, if I'm being honest. Like, they do have really, really strong exclusives for now. But, I mean, they have so many dead franchises right now that if they don't figure something out, they're not going to be able to sustain. Like, that's kind of been Sony's thing, right? Is like, everybody's always said for the longest time that Sony has better exclusives. Half of those franchises haven't put out a game in the last 10 years. So it's like, how much consumer confidence is there going to be? How much consumer confidence is there going to be that those exclusives are going to be worthwhile when half of like the big IPs haven't put out a game since like 2010 or 2012. Like, I feel like we're gonna very quickly get to a situation where like people are gonna be like, yeah, PlayStation has better exclusives, and then like the next question coming from people is gonna be like, yeah, when's the last time a PlayStation exclusive happened that was like ultra big ticket? Like, I don't think they're making any more Uncharted games. I don't think they're making any more The Last of Us games. Like, not anytime soon, anyway. You're waiting, like, 8 years between God of War games. Yeah. You're gonna literally, if you're into God of War, you're gonna have to buy a new PlayStation every time a God of War comes out because they take so long between releases that, like, you're just literally a whole generation apart. Yeah, I feel like for the longest time everybody says PlayStation's all about the exclusives, but their exclusive catalog is so underwhelming as of late. Like, they don't have the same bargaining chip. They don't have the same bargaining chip that they had 10 years ago with exclusives. They just don't. And I think that right now they have so much pride wrapped up in their exclusives, and they suck right now. Their exclusive catalog is god-awful right now.
Jesus.
Should commission another From Software exclusive. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know that From wants to work with Sony anymore. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't even think that they want to. Obviously, it's not like I have an inside scoop on that, but I feel like FromSoft has been literally getting scammed by Sony for a while. Just relax, lady. I mean, think about it, right? Like, they released Elden Ring, right? Like, this is what I mean when I say that FromSoft probably doesn't want to work with Sony anymore. So Sony owns the rights to Bloodborne, which is a game that FromSoft literally put in all the backbreaking work to make. And Sony, I mean, obviously they had, like, you know, a team of people at Sony that, like, made sure that, like, it was going to run well on PS5 and all that stuff, but, like, FromSoft did the heavy lifting in making the game. And Sony owns the rights to it. And then you have Elden Ring, which wasn't even an exclusive to Sony, that Sony also owned the rights to, and FromSoft literally had to buy the rights back. Just to be able to have their own game back. Like, you don't think that's probably why they struck a deal with Nintendo for Dustbloods instead? Like, I said, I don't have an inside scoop. Sony used to own the rights for Elden Ring. As far as I understand, FromSoft had to buy the rights to Elden Ring back from Sony. And my guess as to why the Dustbloods is on Switch 2 and not on PlayStation as an exclusive is probably because FromSoft wisened up and realized that, like, that was a fucking scam of a deal. Pure speculation here, right? Pure speculation here, but... Ah, damn it. Rip. Cool. They didn't have to buy the rights back from Sony. They had to buy it back from somebody, because I know I remember reading an article about it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, was it Bandai? Ah, it was Bandai. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Even so, take Sony out of the equation for a second. Even so, yeah, exactly. The point still stands. Yeah, exactly. The point still stands that, like, they didn't even have the rights to their own original game. In what fucking world is that a good deal? Ever. Now, okay, I could understand it from the perspective of, like, maybe they had to finance the game. Like, games are expensive, right? Like, maybe I don't know what the budget was for Elden Ring, but let's just throw some random number out, right? $200 million. And it's possible that Bandai Namco is like, okay, well, we will partner with you to secure funding for the game, but as part of the funding deal, we want the rights to the game, right? I still wouldn't fucking sign that deal. Are you kidding me? Bro. Now, obviously, like, like, you know, from one angle, it's like, you know, you need the money for your game, and if it's not going to happen, you know, like, you gotta get it funded. But, bro, to not even have rights to your own game that you literally made, like, holy shit, man. The thing is, like, FromSoft has equity outside of whatever, you know, IPs and stuff that they're going to start or whatever. And I just find it really, really strange that you basically offer this, like, unfinished IP as collateral. Like, how would an appraiser even, like... I don't even know how an appraiser would, like, sign off on that, knowing that, like, the franchise hasn't even been established yet. But I guess if Bandai themselves were fronting the cash, I guess it wouldn't matter. That's just, like, you know, they're taking a risk, and if the risk pays off, then obviously that whatever stake they have, then they can sell it. But again, I still feel like the point stands that, like, that's just such a bad deal for FromSoft, in my opinion, to, like, basically have that much stake in an IP that you then have to buy back. I don't know. That just seems very silly. And what else also seems silly about it to me is like,
We care for quite a few
if
long-term
Bandai
patients
Namco is who they bought the
here.
rights back from,
Experimental
why would they
therapies.
even feel the need to unless they were planning on going with a different publisher down the line, or maybe like, I don't know, because the thing is, even if they wanted to publish again with Bandai Namco in the future, which they always do,
Developed by Dr. Gideon.
they would still have to approve whatever the game was to even agree to publish it in the first place. So what's the point of buying back their stake in the IP if they still have to be a decision maker for that game to even get published anyways? To me, that just seems weird. Like that just seems like a bad deal, if you ask me. God. I need to stop aiming at this guy, and I need to just like look straight. That is true, yeah. Activision did publish Sekiro, that's true. Yeah, I definitely get the feeling that like FromSoft has been getting the short end of the stick for a while. And I feel like maybe they're like starting to steer in a different direction, knowing that they've probably not made out as well. Like obviously their games are like best-selling games, so they've made out well in that way. But obviously when you finance a game, like you have to pay back the debt. And if your budget is say $200 million, and then you sell 30 million copies at $60. Right? Like, you're definitely in the green. What is that, $1.8 billion? Like, you're in the green for sure. But you're also splitting that with all of the shareholders, too. Which in this case is, like, people that own some of the rights to that franchise. Like, they have an exit strategy where if the game does really well, now FromSoft not only had to, like, pay a premium to finance the game in the first place. Now when the IP does really, really well, they also have to pay an astronomical amount of money more because the franchise is worth so much more just to get the rights back. So the investors basically double dipping on that process because they're making money on the finance and they're making money on the exit strategy. And the thing about FromSoft is that FromSoft only makes money on the exit strategy. From the company that invested for them to get soul rights? Tencent? Yeah, Tencent, yeah. Yeah, Tencent.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here.
Yeah, Tencent is the gaming monopoly parent company of everything.
It's developed by Dr. Gideon.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low
I feel like that
profile
company
due to the
is literally
sensitive
just
nature of
like
the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Please, wait here.
Yeah, they're pretty big in the gaming investing space for sure. I mean, I think honestly though, like yeah, like I said, I mean my whole point is I think FromSoft is kind of just, I think they've got to just get out of these like slurries of just being stuck in investor hell. And I think that's the only way things are going to change for them is if they like stop getting into positions where they have to buy back the rights to their own freaking games every single time they go. And like I said, it's not uncommon to finance games, right? Like it's not uncommon to go that route, and you know, their shareholders and stuff like that. But the problem is, like,
How are things on your end?
the fact that they're in this position where, like, they can't expand their own IPs because they don't own the rights to them
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to
is
track
just
you down.
wild.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Like, what's that? You want to make a sequel to XYZ game, but Sony won't let you because you want to bring it to Xbox and Steam? Like, you want to make a Bloodborne sequel, but Sony's a shareholder and they literally won't let you because they have decision-making power. And the thing is, they don't even need to be majority. That's the other thing that's, like, really, really scuffed with some of these contracts, too. Is you don't even need to be a majority shareholder to be a decision maker. Like, you could be Sony and have 15%, which is, like, in the grand scheme of things, really not that much. Right? But if in your shareholder agreement, it says that you have decision-making power, you could just use that decision-making power to say, no, we do not want this game on other platforms, and then that literally shuts down the conversation right there. Doesn't matter how much they have in the company. It's part of the shareholder agreement. But here's the thing, I will also say this. I don't think that FromSoft has an IP crisis as far as, like, being able to, like, reproduce in genre games under, you know, different, you know, backstories and different, you know, different worlds and stuff, right? Like, they don't have that problem. I actually think that Capcom could learn a thing or two from that, because I think the RE franchise as a whole, we kind of constantly come back to this identity crisis of Resident Evil where, like, it leans too heavy in action and, like, it's divisive and all that stuff. And I think that a lot of the question about people's thoughts around, you know, Resident Evil being more horror-centric is, it's like, how do you keep the franchise being horror-centric when you have all these characters that have just been fighting BOWs for the last 30 years? And the reality is that you don't make a horror experience with those characters. You have to make that experience with new characters. But eventually, like, are we just gonna, like, make these veteran characters immortal, or are we gonna kill them off eventually and bring horror back? And it's like, maybe instead of those things, like, what if we just, like, did a new IP from Capcom that had the same formula as Resident Evil games, but it doesn't have to be Resident Evil. It could be a new franchise that has the same gameplay cycle that we all really love and appreciate. And it's a brand new IP, and it's not stuck in this identity crisis of, like, having to figure out what it wants to be, because they're having to balance these two systems that, if you teeter even remotely on you know, too heavy with one or the other, it completely makes the franchise just, like, it pisses people off. It's not gonna sell because it doesn't have Resident Evil in the name. Well, I think we're gonna have to just see how Pragmata does, because I kind of feel like Pragmata is maybe their attempt at trying something new here. And I think if Pragmata does really well, I think maybe that could give them the confidence to try something new in the horror space. Because Pragmata is obviously very heavy action focused, and I would say that Pragmata is probably... It's obviously not a Souls-like game, but I think that it takes a lot more inspiration from really, really heavy action-leaning games. Good games sell, it just might not sell as much in the first week. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Capcom is not a small indie dev, chat. As much as we like to joke about it whenever they make really silly decisions like putting in an orphanage section that nobody asked for, that we're now modding out of the speedrun because memes. But I think that if they were to make a game, look at RE7 for example. Just imagine for 1 second if RE7 was like some other like brand new IP game that didn't have Biohazard or Resident Evil in the title. People would have still really fucking loved that game. That game didn't even have to be a Resident Evil game, and it would have been phenomenal. Like, they use completely new characters, completely new pretense, and the only reference to the other RE games is like a couple of minor references and mentions in the game's files, and the fact that Chris Redfield shows up at the very end. But they could have omitted Chris Redfield completely and could have just been some other rando that saves him at the end. And they could have omitted all of like the George Trevor shit from the files. And they straight up could have made that game not Resident Evil branded at all, and it still would have been a phenomenal game. And that's what I mean when they say that, like, when I say that they could really just reboot, or not reboot, but like, you know, just do a completely new IP following the Resident Evil formula that is like proven to be like super successful. And it would be fine. Like it would do really, really well.
Experimental.
Like, it doesn't have to be Resident Evil for me. For the same reason that, like, Bloodborne didn't have to be Dark Souls. Elden Ring didn't have to be Dark Souls.
Oh, I bet it does.
Please, wait here.
Nice. That went well.
Like the theory that every Elden Ring ending is the beginning of all the other Souls titles. It is a fun theory.
I just hacked into the
I don't think
center's network.
there's that much weight to it, but
Good. Can you find me the
brand
phone?
recognition is just easier and cheaper than marketing a new game.
Well, in the meantime.
Yeah, but I mean, Capcom's big enough that they don't need to. Like, Capcom is bigger than FromSoft. Maybe, well, that's debatable, I guess. But like, as far as like IP ownership, I would say that they're bigger than FromSoft, right? Like, Resident Evil as an IP, as far as I know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but like, it's almost like that IP is completely owned by Capcom, as far as I know. Like, there's obviously shareholders that trade Capcom stock, but like, I don't think that like Tencent has their hand in the cookie jar on the Resident Evil franchise. Maybe I'm wrong. Obviously, they have like. You have like Survival Unit, which is like a license, but yo, what's up, Flo? Like, Capcom does whatever they want, whenever they want, and it's not up to anybody else but Capcom what games get made. And that's a really good position to be in as a game dev. When you have complete control / creative freedom over what you can make. Yeah, I don't think that Capcom has a brand recognition issue. I think when people see the Capcom logo pop up at like Summer Games Fest, the Game Awards, like people automatically get excited because it's a Capcom game. Like there's just this like they have all the brand recognition that they need in the reputation of their studios. Like when you're watching a new showcase and it says world premiere and then the first fucking thing you see is the Capcom logo, like you get like the hairs on your arm start standing up, like because you know it's gonna be fucking you know they're gonna have cooked on whatever it is that they're about to reveal. Now obviously sometimes they don't always show the logo first thing, but sometimes they do, and it's like that brand recognition already gets you excited that like they're keeping people working, making really good stuff. So I think that they could reboot, or not reboot, I keep saying reboot, but they could do a new IP. I think they could do a new IP and it would do really, really well. Remember the RE2 remake announcement? The crowd went bananas. Yeah, I was at that E3.
I hate this place.
It was wild.
What if I can't get out?
I attended E3 2018 and I got to play the RE2 remake demo. I was one of the first people in the world to play RE2 remake and it was super cool.
Weird. Not a bit lonely yet in here. Oh, sorry about this.
Yeah, E3 was a time, for sure. E3 was a time. I wasn't in the audience when RE2 Remake got announced, but I did attend the Xbox showcase on the first day. I was able to get in because I was still working for Microsoft at the time, and they had a spot where like they were escorting like Microsoft employees into the building, so we had to like go onto the like meetup page or whatever and like figure out where they were going and meet up with them, and then we all went in together. But it was pretty cool. See, first and only time that I've ever been in a studio audience for a like announcement ceremony. It was pretty cool though. Yeah, rip E3. Maybe I'll get to go to like a TGA or something one of these years. Maybe I'll be cool enough to get an invite. Surely whenever they remake Outbreak and they ask me to be Kevin, right? That's when I'll get my invite to the Game Awards, because I'll get to be eligible for best performance, right? And I'll deliver a massive tearjerker about how this is like my first ever role and how Capcom took a chance on me, and I'm just feeling so blessed at a company that would just take care of their creators so much and invest in them and just give them a chance. I could like thank my mom. Oh my gosh, what is this lady doing? Like, my speech is gonna be so much longer than Christopher Judge. Trust me.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Yo, what's up, Alec? Hayes will be the mocap BA for Kevin. I mean, if Capcom wanted me to be, I would be very happy to do that. I've already put the offer out there. I would do it free of charge. I fucking love Outbreak. Whoa. Oh, okay. I mean, that worked, so, I mean, it's fine. I mean, I don't know if it's faster. No, you know what? No, my speech would actually be short. You know why? You want to know why my speech would be so short at TGA? If I ever acted in a game and won like best performance or whatever, I would have to go for the world record. Like there would be, that would just be so on brand. Like everybody else, like they always prepare to give this like huge speech, right? And I would just say, like, I would go up there, right? Like they'd play my song, right? They play my jam while I'm going up there getting the award. And I would go up there. I would go up there and I would literally just grab the award and I'd be like, GG world record. And then I would leave the stage. And nobody would understand it at first until like people started like doing research on me to like understand what the fuck I would have meant by that. And then they'd be like, oh.
Give me a fucking break. Oh, fuck.
Jeff Keighley would just like be like looking really awkwardly at the camera like, all right, well. Yeah, I would do it just to literally get the speedrunning world record for the shortest speech. It would be so on brand. It would go viral, obviously, because people would be like, bro, like what? Have to figure out how to clip onto the stage from my seat. Yeah, we imagine we find zips at the Game Awards, guys. Imagine we figure out how to zip from my chair to the stage. Tested that. Saying thank yous, 2-second time loss. Well, the thing is, I don't need to hold. I don't need to keep the world record. I just need to get the world record like live on stage. And then if somebody wants to beat that later, that's fine. But like, it won't matter because I did it first. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be a lot less original after I do it. Oh, what? That's bullshit. That is fucking garbage. Dude, what? This is rough, chat. Sorry, I'm just reading the Discord. I'm so curious to hear the dialogue on the Discord about everything going on. So instead of orphanage skip, can we get a care center skip? Yeah, no shit. Yeah, there's just so many differing opinions. What's the real record for full game, dude? I don't even know. I honestly don't even know. I don't know anything anymore. Like, I don't even know what people are gonna run anymore, and it's just like really exhausting. Yo, hell yeah, Leon. Nice. You'll be enjoying full game with intro and orphanage tomorrow. Yeah, I saw you got a halfway decent run today. Congrats, by the way. I'm honestly, like, I'm tempted to run intro. Because at least, like, that's, like, kind of the untouched holy grail of everything, but... like, I also want to run a category that, like, people are actually gonna run, and if it's just, like, 2 people running it, like... it's kind of boring, but I will say this, like, I also... my content plan revolves 0% around me, like, trying to grind for world record anymore. Like, I don't care about me trying to go for a competitive time, like, really at all anymore, because my content plan has shifted into making YouTube videos. And so for that reason, like, even though I'm still, like, I'm obviously still gonna have my opinion on things, but, like, I don't give a fuck because I'm just gonna make shorts and I'm gonna cover the strats. And guys, we're at 11 million views in the last 2 weeks. Like, yeah, I don't have any problems right now. So
Care for quite a few long-term patients here. All
we are
medical
going
needs
to
and
continue cooking
characteristics.
and winning regardless of what the rules are. So and you know what? All of us in the chat, we just get to be along for the ride. You know what? And that's probably the best part.
It's all very
There's no
cutting
stress. It's
edge.
only
The facility
gaming.
keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Dude trolls me so hard every day of my life.
Nice.
Me and BT? Oh, hell yeah, passive. Yeah, chat. As of last week, it's official, chat. I'm Facebook famous.
That went well.
I never check my Facebook, like, comments and stuff. It's like the one platform that I just don't give a lot of attention to because, like, getting into the analytics for it are kind of annoying. Like, on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, like, I push one button and I'm there, but on Facebook, like, I have to go through, like, 8 different menus just to find the analytics, and that's way too much work for me. So I just don't even look at the numbers on Facebook, but I did happen to, like, flip through it as I was, like, sifting through some other stuff on there, and we're at 1.6 million just for the month of March so far.
Track him down.
And I was like, holy shit.
Will do.
Like I said, I don't even put time and energy into Facebook at all. It's just like, because I post on Instagram, I'm able to, like, without any effort aside from, like, having my settings configured to where it auto posts to Facebook, I don't put, like, any extra effort into it, and it's just like a free 1.6 million views that I did this month on Facebook. Absolutely wild. All for just, like, having my default settings on Instagram set to where it automatically posts to Facebook. We just did that much. Didn't have to change a damn thing about my content. So I'll take it, because we're at 2.6 million on Instagram, so. Actually, I think it's 2.8 as of this morning. But we went viral again last night on YouTube. With the frickin' Animus Orb strat of all things. I did not expect that video to do well at all. I thought it was going to do, like, maybe like 30 or 40K. And overnight it did, like, almost 400,000. Yeah, we're cooking. Thank you guys all so much for checking out the shorts. It really does mean a lot. Like, I know I'm bragging a little bit over here, but it's you guys that have enjoyed the content, and I appreciate you all for being here. So. I am gonna keep working hard to sauce up as much content as I can for this game, but when we run out with this game, we'll find another game to make content for. I actually do want to go back and do similar things with the other RE games. I did it with RE4 Remake, but I think I might want to do it for, like, RE2 and 3 Remake. Maybe even some of the other games too. Ooh, that was close. When life gives you your own horn, you toot it. I don't think I've heard that one before. That's a philosophy, all right. Now, little fun fact for you guys. Little fun fact for you guys on the like, you know, short situation that we're going through right now with all the growth is that I actually invested back in August last year. I literally drained my savings account to hire an editor.
What if I can't get out?
It was like all the money that I've saved up, which why don't you just kill the lounge singer? It would just take too long, honestly. It's kind of the easiest way to describe it. We could stun her with basically no time lost with a glass bottle. But to kill her would take a while. She's not really a big issue, honestly. April 1st is an opportunity to make a fake short or talk about Ditman Glitch. Oh gosh. Yeah, let me just make a short that's like not actually speed tech, but it's April Fool's. I'm genuinely shocked that that collat headshotted that guy. He was definitely not behind the surgeon, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Yo, we have got to get out of this fucking care center though, man. Like, this is a day and a half now. This is a day and a half. That we've been stuck here. Now, to be fair, I didn't stream yesterday. So, you know, there's that, but... Love how Chunk blames everybody but himself for his problems.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
I mean, to be fair, he was experimented on, so... Hey, what's up, Devin? Hope you're doing well, buddy. It's the first RE game you've ever played. Thought of me the whole time. Uh-huh. You're so sweet, Devin. How's life treating you, buddy? You still get the key off of him? You're talking about what? Who? Chunk? Who are you talking about?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, the chef? Yeah. Yeah, you still get the pantry key. He's not on him on insanity? Are you sure? I think you still get the pantry key from him. You know, I might be wrong. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. But on normal mode, yeah, if you kill him with a hemolytic, yeah, you still get the pantry key. Not sure about insanity, because I know the drops on insanity are different. The hemolytic injector itself, though, does not change the drops. Neither does the glass bottle with Chunk. Skipping with a mod, that's not fun. I could not agree more, buddy. But it's where we are, so. Keys move somewhere else, he drops 3 coins. I see. Yeah, I don't remember where the key goes. What the fuck are you doing, lady? Jeez. I do not like how late into the room she is right there. Oh god, she's up like super early. Oh my god. Dude, I'm so cooked. This is bad. Closet next to the waiting room. Ah, gotcha.
Perfect fit. Only one left.
Herb straight into the bloodstream. Oh, yeah. She's all about that green, dude.
Of course it gets up.
do this backwards.
Can't tell which button's which. Oh, what the fuck?
Apparently you have a GOG account, but you've never heard of them before. Oh, jeez. Uh-oh. You got signed up for something you didn't ask for? I'm actually shocked that we got a 3-piece on that. It's kind of wild. What do you want me to read?
What do you want me to read? There's some buttons with Braille on them. Can you read them and then
Am I gonna play Crimson Desert? I don't think so.
Star. I have to keep it together. Sun.
Star, moon, Hassan.
Here it is.
No, fuck. That's so bad. Dude, and we got a blister head fucking showing up again, dude. Are you kidding me? So bad. Dude, what? Not again, bro. Dude, this is so bad. Cause this dude's gonna wake up and he's like fucking yeah, it's over, dude. Why do they keep why do these guys keep fucking spawning, bro? Like, I don't understand why I keep getting a blister head here every time. It's literally every time I do this now, I get a freaking blister head here. I thought they were supposed to despawn. Like, I really don't understand why I'm getting blister heads here. On casual, if you have a save past the Emily Carey section, you can skip the door loading section. What do you mean the door loading section? Like, you don't have to, like, do the room? Like, you just, like, open the door immediately and end it? That's weird. To hold at the door. Yeah, I don't know if that would work on... I don't know if that would work because of, like, the save systems being different on Insanity. Was getting those the first week of the game? Maybe after an update they started spawning? Yeah, I don't know. Every time I reset, I just got to get caught up on the chat here. Specifically the vote discussion chat on this fucking mod, dude. Been trying to get your hands on RE9 forever. Well, the game's only been out 2 weeks, so I don't think you've been trying that long. Come on now, let's be real. Yo, what's up, Dino? Lunchtime, how goes it? I'm still stuck in the care center. Am I trying to beat box speedrun? I mean, I'm just trying to play the game and like get a decent run. I'm not trying to compete with anybody. One of those days, yeah, one of those weeks, more like. I don't know if I have a...
Resident Evil.
I don't think I have a save that's like right before RPD, do I? No, I don't. Damn. Well, I might have one in like my second half stuff, but I guess I'll look at it offline.
Nice.
I think we can start another run. If I had to bet money on a speedrunner to have the highest run this month, like you mean like the best time, I'd probably go in on Spicy. Or Dist. They consistently deliver the best times that are competitive whenever there's a new RE game out, usually. I'm seeing RE9 strats and they're looking very interesting. They are interesting indeed. I am inclined to agree. There's plenty more where that came from. If you check out my YouTube channel. Trying to keep up with all the requests. There's a lot of requests for like different areas that people want me to cover, and I'm trying to get to them, but some of them, like, I can't even cover until we get, like, a better definitive strategy, which I think we're getting close. Seems like a lot of people's basements are getting to be pretty clean now. So I'm gonna have to look and see if I can't get myself a clean basement to be able to use for my video. Or collab with somebody.
Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive
The
nature
fence
of
skip.
the research.
The fence skip, and then there's also like a grab bait in the forklift room that people are using that seems to be working quite a bit better.
Nice. That went well.
Played the video multiple times, the thumbs aren't keeping. I don't know what to tell you on that one, Dino. I don't know if I've heard that issue before.
That bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Come on, come on!
Did speedrunning teach you anything? Patience, for example. Speedrunning, after doing it for long enough, taught me how to very quickly string together the right words to express how fucking mad I am at this game whenever it's giving me grief. like somehow like that still forms like a coherent sentence at the same time. Interesting answer. Didn't expect that. Well, hey, you asked. Ah, yes, controlled bridge. Oh, god damn it. Guess we're grabbing that. Oh, never mind. I guess we're resetting. Cool. Dude, I am so bad at this game. Like, actually. Speedrunning doesn't give you patience, just makes you more frustrated why suddenly a consistent strat you did 30 times in a row now failed. Yeah, exactly. Case in point, or perfect example, I should say, my fucking triple collab with the Requiem. Like, never had a single problem with it until last stream. And then all of a sudden, like 2 days ago, like it's just not working anymore. And I have to like relearn half of the run all over again because I can't seem to get past literally 1 second of the run on a consistent basis. And because you die in one hit on this stupid ass difficulty, we just get to keep rinsing and repeating the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game over and 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 over again. And there's no fucking end.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Please.
That bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Come on, come on, come on! I'll be fine.
That's what I keep telling myself. We all know it's a fucking lie. I'm not gonna be fine. I'm gonna fucking lose it before the end of this stream. You know what Kamu told me? He said, you know, I know a place that you could go. I know of a certain care center that you could go to for your mental health issues that are resulting from running this game. And I said, oh, is that right? I said, do they care for quite a few long-term patients there? And he said, yeah. I was like, wow, interesting. I said, you know, this place sounds familiar, and I feel like they might all be going under experimental therapies developed by someone by the name of Dr. Gideon. And he said, that is correct. And then you know what he did after that? He kicked me out of the chat room. No, I don't want the fucking pencil, you dick. Bro. No, dude. Ah, fuck. Oh, this is so bad. All right, I have a plan. It's fun. Can I delete it now? No.
I hate this place.
Can do this.
I can get out. Perfect fit. Yes, I need 2 more. Weird. How do people normally get in? Oh, sorry about this.
There's no merchant issue. If you pick up a gun you don't want, you're fucked. Yeah, that sounds about right.
This might be useful.
Magic care centers at the end of the game? I mean, I would definitely prefer that it's at the beginning of the game, because I feel like if we make it out of care center, the chances of us finishing a run go up pretty dramatically.
Jesus.
Getting out of basement? Yeah, I mean, basement, I kind of consider still to be part of the care center. Oh, fuck, this is bad. This is really bad. We're probably dead right here. God, I'm still alive. Not looking good though. Oh. Dude, I'm still alive somehow. Wild.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Oh fuck. I can't even
I guess.
I can't even grab it right now. I don't even know when I'm gonna be able to get a freaking herb. Dude, this is so fucked. This is so fucked, bro. Like, there's no way. Okay. I feel like my move speed's gonna be too slow here. No. Damn it. Dude, this is so cooked. No, dude. No. Dude, this is fucking over, bro. Thank God. Good riddance. Good riddance. Bro. Nah, I would have been able to ditch this pencil right in the item box coming up there, but being in danger for that part and just like limping through that whole section is just like not ideal. Like, you don't get a massive move speed penalty, but It's not as bad as it is in like 2 remake or 3 remake. Or 4 remake for that matter. It's probably got like the most generous move speed penalty of all the recent games, but it's just it throws off all the enemy patterns and shit. Man, this is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. I'm gonna take a short break, chat. I'm just gonna grab a snack, and then we'll get another run going. I can't go too late tonight because I have a family function here in like 3 hours, and I obviously need like 2 hours to do a run, so I think we can maybe try until like 3:30 or so to try to get a run going. But if we can't get a run going, then we'll probably just call it early. I don't know, we'll see. But I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Have pretzels, chat. Pretzels and cheese. Very important. Yeah, Chris, it's the, like, New Game Plus title theme. I've got pretzels and cheese dip. Huge. Absolutely huge. Hey, thanks, Dino. Appreciate you, buddy. Yo, BK, what's up, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Wasn't sure how this was going to work because, you know, like normally pretzels and cheese is a good combo, right? But this is definitely more like nacho type cheese dip, but it's like queso blanco. And I was like, I don't know if that's going to work on pretzels, but it's actually pretty good. You know what though? It really makes me want that brisket sandwich from Sheetz. I'm thinking about ordering one of those this weekend. We have a sponsor for Sheetz coming up here. I don't want to eat too much because there's a reception after this like family thing that I'm going to. I'm pretty sure there's going to be food there. But I am freaking starving. I'm so hungry. I've been having this issue lately where when I get hungry, it's not like a gradual onset of hunger. I feel like I am fucking starving every time I get hungry now. Like it's like 0 to 100. Like in an instant, I start feeling hungry, and then it's like, holy fuck, I need food right now or I'm gonna pass out. Probably should go see a doctor about that. Yeah, I like pretzels and mustard too. Like it's a little concerning because like I'm trying to watch what I eat. But when I get hungry, and like I also feel like I'm getting hungry so much faster. But like my diet is fine. Like I eat a pretty balanced diet. And I try to keep my snacking to like a minimum, like throughout the course of a week. Like my breakfast. Do I get the shakes? Yes, but I have a different issue with shaking that has nothing to do with, well, at least I don't think it has anything to do with this, but I have like 2 different kinds of shakes. Like I get like the hungry shakes where it's like I can't hold my hand steady, like tremor. But I have like a nerve thing I'm trying to get diagnosed too, where I'm getting like spasms. Like even when I'm not hungry, like I'm getting spasms in my hands. Yeah, like my diet's like fairly decent. Like most days I'm having a good mix of like veggies and protein and like yesterday, for instance, I had chicken, mashed potatoes, and green beans. Like perfectly, like balanced, healthy meal. And like, I eat, and then 30 minutes later, I feel like I'm fucking starving again. I'm almost starting to think that I might be like pre-diabetic. But usually diabetic, like pre-diabetic symptoms are usually extreme thirst, not usually hunger. But, and like I don't have extreme thirst. Like I drink a lot of water naturally, and I feel like I get thirsty whenever I don't drink water for a few hours at a time. Not out of the ordinary. But the hunger thing is a whole different story. Like, I used to get like just a little hungry and then I'd be like, okay, I'm good for a couple hours. But I feel like lately, when I get hungry, the onset is like fast and hard. Your issue is you weren't eating enough carbs? Interesting. I mean, I feel like I get enough carbs. Like this morning I had a breakfast sandwich, which that's got a lot of carbs in it because of the biscuit. Could it be change of season? I mean, maybe. But I feel like I've been dealing with this for like a few months now. I'm almost done. A couple more and then I'll have finished off the cheese. We actually bought a, it's sort of like a sampler, like a queso sampler from Sam's Club the other day that I've been wanting to try. But I wanted to finish this cheese first because it was already open. This one is Gordo's. We have got to get a run going. In like the next half hour. We're running out of time here. I haven't seen the end game in like freaking who knows how long. This game's shit for running? I don't know if I would say that it's shit for running, but insanity is definitely not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. I am genuinely surprised that we haven't found anything like super busted. Like, I've been saying it all week, but like, credit where it's due, the game is really well made. But it is genuinely surprising that we haven't found really a single skip. Yeah, the game does have a lot of checks. Yeah, this game has a shitload of checks. Wasn't scope glitch found after like 2 weeks? Yeah, it was. That was found super early. Yeah, this game has way too many checks. I feel like it would be like an RE7 type situation where we could maybe like go out of bounds and grab items, but the thing is, like, there's just no... There's no, what am I trying to say? Like, when you go out of bounds, you basically just fall through the world, like, every time. Yeah, a lot of the out of bounds, there's just like no stable ground underneath you. When you go out of bounds, you just fall through the world. It's kind of wild. Wonder what happens if you quit the care center before having the 3 gems. So, I actually watched a short on it, like somebody that does like a bunch of like no clips, like, oh, what if you do this, this, and this? And yeah, the outside just literally doesn't even load until after you've done the basement. Like the area just flat out doesn't even load. Those pretzels were pretty yumma-yumma-licious. Can't go to the basement without doing the gauntlet with Emily, so you need to be able to grab Emily and do everything before. Yeah, I would say that like the chance of the only real like potential right now that it looks like there is for skips is in Raccoon City, like specifically with like potentially skipping the Stagla. If we were able to figure out how to go out of bounds, we could potentially skip the Stagla and just like go straight to the tower if we didn't need the fuel. Because you can get the part at the top of the tower and the elevator to get back down still works, even if you don't have the gas, but that's like the only trigger in the whole game so far that's been found that like would actually, like theoretically, if you could go out of bounds, that you could still do. be surprised if in Raccoon you could grab some detonator parts without going the whole way, yeah. I could definitely see a theoretical situation where, like, let's say you could go out of bounds, like, fairly early. I could see a hypothetical situation where you go through the, like, where are all the bodies room. You go up to, like, the cedarwood apartment, like, to get the key or whatever. And then, like, on your way to, like, turn on the elevator or whatever, you, like, go do the tower. Like, you grab the part that's up there, but instead of going down the elevator, you go up to the tower if we found an out of bounds.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies. Developed by Dr. Gideon.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
I mean, honestly, the fact that the run's under 2 hours, even without any glitches, is still kind of nice.
Please.
Nice.
Nice. You bastard.
That one will. That bastard did it again. How things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
But some best seen so far is a 140. Decent
Well,
length. I should say 134. Now we
Try to
skip
track
Orphanage.
him down.
Keep me
I think
posted.
Trey got like
Will
a
do.
137 earlier, which would be like a 144, right? Who discovered the baffled bag? Are you talking about the duffel bag glitch with Ashley? Funny enough, I found that glitch. Although it's an extension of a glitch that was found by somebody else. Somebody else, I don't know who it was, found out how to like... They found out how to like use saves to like go out of bounds if you like use the scope clip and then reload a save. I then was able to do it with typewriters. And I was able to do it initially with using the typewriter that's at the merchant before Mendez. So I actually found like the pro version of Mendez skip as well. But then I was like, okay, well, if this works for Mendez, this surely works in like a bunch of other areas in the game, which we use a different skip for Mendez now, by the way. But the primitive version of Mendez skip for pro involved using that typewriter. But my thought was, oh, well, if we can do that, like, surely we could, like, use saves and stuff to try to go out of bounds and, like, skip other sections, right? And so my whole thought was that, you know, obviously, like, the sequence where we're just, like, freaking limping around with Ashley at the end, I was like, that scene sucks. Surely there's got to be a way to skip that sequence and just go straight to the end of the chapter. So at first what I was trying to do is I was trying to go out of bounds and walk like around the trigger point, but I kept hitting it by accident and it kept sending me into the cutscene. But like I kept trying and trying and trying, and like a lot of times what would happen if I didn't get the cutscene trigger is I would like fall through the world, and I would fall for like a good like 10 or 15 seconds, and then eventually it would teleport me back up to where I fell from. Well, one of those times that happened teleported me back up, and then like immediately after that I hit the cutscene trigger, and that's when I found duffel bag. Is like those things. And the thing is that we learned later is like that the like the amount of distance that you had to fall was actually kind of precise, which was why some of the times when I fell and got back up, why it didn't work. But obviously, like, when I found it, like, it was so fucking funny. Like, it was, I was literally, like, all of us in the chat, like, we were fucking crying on stream. It was so fucking funny, man. Like, and it's unfortunate because I don't have the clip anymore because of the whole, like, Twitch highlights thing. It got deleted with, like, my 100 hours shit, like, cap or whatever. I'm so sad. But yeah, we were all fucking crying because it was just so goddamn funny. And like, you have to understand, like, this is like before it was like being like, this was the first ever discovery of it. Like, it was, nobody had ever seen it before. And like, you just gotta imagine, like, the first time ever seeing that glitch and like not even knowing that it's possible in the game until you're like literally watching it happen. And everybody's reaction's just like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, it was a good time. That shit was fucking hilarious. Yeah, it is a fucking shame that I don't have the clip of me finding it anymore. Thank you, Twitch Bod Highlight Linux.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Remember the internet when Boba Skip got revealed? Yeah. You know what else was a fucking good time? Was my Diablo 4 runs trying to get my name on that statue, which I did. Indeed I did. They also did like a walk around, like one of the Blizzard employees did like a walk around the statue and like filmed a video of it, and I found my name on there. It was super cool. I found Bach too, and Mr. Casual. I found all of us. I found the squad. One of these days I hope to actually be able to like get invited to Blizzard's campus to actually like go see the statue. That would be cool. For a couple of weeks, yeah. That was a time. That was indeed a time. I had fun. It was the friends we made along the way, that Diablo 4 arc. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Ah! Jesus! Yeah, Hassan. +4 means that I lost 4 seconds. Yeah, he did a fucking one-shot stagger, which was kind of unfortunate.
What the fuck? Why is it still moving? Give me a fucking break. Oh, fuck.
Imagine out of bounds here. Yeah, Dis tried it, unfortunately. It did not work. He did say he was confident if we get that zombie in the room that it would probably work, which I do believe him on that. I think that it's definitely feasible, given that like you can avoid chunk if you get grabbed. Like chunk will just clip through you, and I feel like the same logic probably exists here. But that dude is just like hard-coded to never go in there. Even if you try to like lure him, he'll just leave. You get out of bounds, walk around the edge from the outside, you'll probably just fall through the floor because there's like there's no floor outside of the walls here. So if you go out of bounds, you just fall through. Wish we could have zombies swarm in the main hall. I'm willing to bet you that when the bio rand comes out for this, there might be like a nowhere safe mod or something built in with it. Or somebody else will make a nowhere safe mod. Ooh, that was close. Have I finished a run recently? Kinda recently. I got a 2-hour and 1-second run. It was before the orphanage skip thing was proposed, so I basically have a free 7 minutes from that alone, but
Only one left.
We don't know 100% yet if that's going to be allowed, because the vote is like pretty close to 50-50 right now. It's like 60-40.
The right lung has lost hold.
No, 145-23 is if you were to take like all of my best splits and put them together. That's what time I would have.
Of course it gets up.
Glad the skips here. Yeah, I mean I'm kind of against it, but I'm gonna run whatever people decide, so. Get it again. Went to the wrong one.
I can't tell which button's which.
It's only like a second lost.
This must be.
You know what I think honestly might be better here is just to like freaking do that, so that way we don't have to deal with blister heads and like that guy just doesn't even have a noggin anymore. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, the thing that I find interesting, Sensi, is that there's 180 votes for this thing. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't think there's 180 PC runners. I highly doubt. Highly doubt that there's that many people running on PC.
What do you want me to read?
It can't hurt to pick some buttons. I guess. Braille. Can you read them and then push the buttons in this way? I have to keep it together. Star, star, moon. Sun. We're close now.
Yeah, because at least if this is the case, the blister heads don't
Thank God.
spawn if we just shoot that guy in the face. So. No, I missed again, dude. Come on. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Come on, dude. Like, I'm so tired of getting fucking trolled here, bro. Cool, I just lost a minute for no fucking reason. So bad.
Come here.
You have to kill all of them.
I thought that thing was dead.
Glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
Yeah. Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What? Why?
Yeah, I'm fucking dead, bro. Jesus Christ. Dude, my ammo's so low right now. What happened to my bullets? I was too high. I was too high on all the nonsense. I had 2 extra shotgun shells, so I couldn't break open the box and get ammo.
This place is infested. The office should be upstairs. What a fucking shit.
Ow, fuck.
Every single time. One thing after another.
Sure. Why not?
Well, that's my cardio for the week.
Oh, I just lost a second because of that. That's cool. Not the worst room ever, but I am super low on heals now. Leon, not looking so good there, Chief.
Why is this under the hospital? That's too effective.
Oops. Here we go.
That's two.
Yeah, I'm hoping I get the fence skip. I feel like my timing on it is like really bad. Dude, come on, you fucker. What is that? Well, cool, man. That's so fun. Yeah, I do it that way because I don't need the blood.
Why is this under the hospital?
I'm like 99% sure that my routing for the blood is a couple seconds faster than everybody else's. I'm fairly certain.
That's too effective.
Because a lot of people are skipping the blood that's in the like room with the hemolytic injector. A lot of people are doing that. And the thing is, like, you still have to wait for the light switch guy. Like, you're waiting like basically just the same amount of time as if you were to like grab the blood. Like, it doesn't save you any time in that regard. So I'm doing different things with the light switch, dude. Yeah, well, like, you like crouch in the corner until he walks past, but you have to sit there for like straight up like 2 seconds. It's a little silly. And it's like, you might as well just grab the blood that's in there. And in order for the inventory to work out, you have to bank, or you have to put the you have to put the quartz in early. And that's slower than just banking the wristband by like a couple seconds. So like, why wouldn't you just grab the extra blood and then not have to do the setup with the blood down here? I mean, it's the same amount of time to get the blood because you have to wait for her to do all this shit anyways. But I'm pretty sure just getting the blood from upstairs is just faster. Dude, what the fuck, man? Why is that just like not working all of a sudden? Maybe this is why people are doing it the other way now?
Why is is this under?
Because that's just flat out not working. Like, I don't know if it's the patch, because I haven't gotten to run this far since the patch, but like it's not fucking working, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, surely something like this didn't just randomly get patched, right?
That's too effective.
Would seem a little silly. Like, I definitely feel like I waited long enough. So there's not really a reason why that should have happened.
That's two.
Just don't understand why this isn't working. I mean, I can grab the blood here. It's not a big deal, but... I feel like I vaguely remember. Alright, I need to watch this. Like, I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. I need to watch this and actually fucking learn how to do it. Let me pull up the run here and just try to figure out. Just goes up to 62 on his blade. Is it really that? There's no way it's that precise, right? Right. All right, let me see. Where is the run? Spicy RE9 world record. I think he got a new time, like. Recent. Okay, 1 day ago.
Protect your dreams under our roof.
No, I don't want to. All right, let's see basement. All right, so coming up on the room here. And basically, when you go in, you grab the handle. Okay, so you shoot like first thing. Like as soon as she drops, you shoot first thing. Oh, he's not even, Spicy isn't even doing the like weird clip there. That's interesting. So does like the grab bait thing still work if you do that? So you run through. No, he's still doing the bottle on that setup. Is he doing the save strat though? I feel like he's not doing this. The save strat though. That's what I don't understand. Like she drops down, he like goes into the room. Oh no, I guess he still does do. What? Dude, I'm so confused. I'm so fucking confused right now. Like, what the fuck? I don't understand. All right, let me watch Dist's VOD and see. See if he's actually like getting it. All right, so when Dist goes in, he triggers it. He grabs the blood, and then he runs out like to the boiler, and then he shoots. Does he shoot her, or does he just like shoot? I think he just shoots randomly, but I think if it happens to hit her, it's whatever. Yeah, he shoots the wall, and then he gets through the fence as she turns around. Okay, let's give that a try and see. I need a clip for this because I am working on the short for basement, and I feel like the strats have just changed so much. Like, I don't even know what I legitimately don't even know what I'm fucking making strats for anymore. Like, this strat has just changed way too damn much.
That's too effective. You can do this.
Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. Like, I can't get through there. I don't know what it is. It's not letting me through. It is just literally not letting me through. I don't understand. I think maybe you need to interrupt her roar. I think that's maybe what it is. I don't know how to time it just right, but seems like the shot that you shoot at her when she first shows up down here matters quite a bit.
That's too effective.
I think you just have to shoot her before she fully stands up.
That's two.
Bro, can I please leave, man? Like, what the fuck? It's not letting me through, man. This doesn't make any sense, dude. What if it's the FOV mod? What if it's the FOV mod that's causing it? You know what? I wouldn't be fucking surprised.
Why is this under the hospital?
Because that's the only thing that I'm doing different at all.
That's two.
Yeah, what's up, Jackal? Yeah, the quick turn strats. Definitely the best way to do this game, for sure. Let me look at something real quick. Does he have the flashlight on here? Yeah, he does. Dude, I literally cannot climb through this. It does not let me. It does not let me climb through. I'm mashing the fuck out of interact, and I cannot get through the fence. There's something that is causing me to not be able to get through the fence. And I swear to God, if it's the FOV mod, I'm gonna fucking lose it, bro. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Like, I don't think it's that much slower to do the, like where you go around rather than trying to cut through. It's like maybe a second slower tops. But no, there's no FOV slider like in-game. All right, I need to figure out what the FOV mod is that they're like saying people are going to be allowed to use, but what in the world is going on? Had something similar happen with the crank. Just couldn't interact with it at all. Had to restart your game to fix it. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure that if I went around, it would let me through the fence, but just seems super weird. Let me see if it's above where I was. I swear I saw it linked somewhere. Where the fuck is it, though? Just not seeing it anywhere in here. What the fuck? Um... I know I saw a link somewhere, but I can try restarting the game, I guess. But I don't know. I feel like that's just not going to fix anything.
Resident Evil.
Let me try this again.
Why is this under the hospital? That's too effective.
I feel like that's a problem right there. Like, she doesn't... How do I get her to, like, not roar? Because that's part of the issue, is, like, I need her to not roar. But I don't know, like, what the shot timing is supposed to be.
That's too effective.
truth. I am not expecting this to work, but... I don't know why it wasn't working before. That's so strange.
Barely made it.
I genuinely wonder why that is. Seems like we get a roar right there. Delaying the roar seems to be something effective there. But what does that mean? Does it mean we can just run past her there, or... Hold on, let me see.
This Friday,
We have 1 minute.
So after the sequence right here, so you get through, she shows up, you pop in the room real quick. Okay, I think that's fine.
The smell.
Kind of worrying that just a restart fix it seems a lot like what happened to me. Is it just glitches out, something just can't be interacted with? Yeah. Imagine getting like to the end of the run and then like something just doesn't work properly. And like, how are you even gonna know it works until you get that far in a run? Like, I mean, I guess whenever you start runs, just you got to make sure you do a freaking clean restart of the game. I guess, I don't know, man. It's weird, super weird. All right, so when I get in here, what do I do?
No, I'm not needed.
What the heck? Dist like shoots a pistol round. What the hell? What is this? He like goes in the room, shoots a pistol round at the forklift, and then he goes around. What the heck? That is actually a thing. Wow. Okay. Okay, that's honestly surprising to me. I wonder how that compares to like the bait strats. Because I've seen Bach doing the bait strats, and I think Trey might be doing it too. And like you would think that the bait strat's faster, but the distract shot might actually be decent. Baby. That was work.
Pretty sure my knee's gonna be bruised.
Oh, that's nice.
Let me see. I got bit hard enough it broke through my jeans and skin.
Oh, that's exciting.
Very exciting things.
How was your root beer?
A little bit. I got to enjoy it. It was really good.
But you're not going to share any with me.
You'll have to accept that you're taking in some of my germs.
I might be able to live with that. I had Gordos.
I know. I saw.
There was like that much left.
Yeah. Are we doing the thing tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, we got to be there about 5:50. So we'll probably have to leave here in about an hour.
Why is this under the hospital?
Cold.
Really.
It's cold as fuck.
And it's like snowing sideways. Quite literally.
Okay. Well, we'll be extra giga careful. I'm just doing a little bit of practice. I'm gonna be wrapping up soon.
That's too effective.
Okay. Okay. I'm assuming that there's going to be food at the reception, but... Why does she roar sometimes? I don't understand. Like, what causes her to roar versus not roar? Like, I feel like I'm shooting her, but... I wonder if I make a save here, if that's gonna mess with the AI. I feel like it probably will. Alright, I think you can shoot her like pretty early to avoid the stun. This bitch has been treating me like shit. That's why we're practicing. Let's just see if we can squeeze by here. To pop in the save room so that way she like turns her own AI off. Otherwise she catches up to you there. That makes sense. I'm just trying to like make sure that I have all the necessary steps figured out here.
Why is this under the hospital?
So I think that there's a such thing as going too early here, and I think that's partially why I'm running into issues. And I think there's such thing as going too early, and I think there's also such thing as going too late. And I think that
That's too effective.
timing is like kind of imperative on a lot of this.
You can do this.
That seems pretty chill, honestly. To just like shoot her while she's like on all fours. That seems pretty chill. Ooh, this is close. Oh, almost missed that.
That's two.
The key here is you gotta shoot early. Then as you round this corner.
Barely made it.
And then all we gotta do here is we just gotta go into the room. Good.
The smell.
Yeah, that's decent. I like that setup.
Stay calm, Grace.
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Whoa! Oh, where'd you come from, buddy? No! Jesus Christ, that was scary.
Processing complete.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank God. Last one. Need to free Emily and get out of this place.
I need to figure out how to like jump down this thing without it being like a big problem. So like you'd grab this and then you'd do what, like this? No, because the problem is like that flips you around. I feel like there's got to be a way to like flip over this way. I bet it's the quick turn strats. What do you think, chat? I guess you could like go this way. It just, I feel like you could make a much bigger leap towards this ladder. I bet that guy that suggested we quick turn yesterday, he was probably right about it during this part. Yeah, I just don't think I would grab this blood, honestly. Like, we already have, like, way more than enough blood.
Oh, I got in my mouth.
Disgusting. So normally this guy's like not in a... You know what though? Kind of just occurred to me that reloading the save there might not be the worst idea, honestly. Maybe not. You motherfucker, dude. Because the thing is, if we save reload right here, then it would reset that guy.
Processing will now begin.
Which would be kind of huge.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Like his position being reset would potentially save us time because we don't have to glass bottle or shoot him. Although it'd probably be about the same amount of time saved doing a save reload. No, you motherfucker. Bastard. No. Come on, dude. Thank you.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Why is he just like not working all of a sudden?
Yeah, boy.
We need room for the freaking things, so.
Processing complete.
It stopped. Finally stopped. Thank God. Last one. Now to free Emily and get out of this place.
Alright, so I don't have room for this, right? So we would have to, like... So if we went, like, double green, and then we went like this, and we just went med injector, boom. Cool. How did Orphanage skip become a thing? Because people don't feel like running Orphanage, so they want to have us install a mod that just skips the Orphanage. So yeah, I guess what circumstances? I guess we would just pick up one bottle. Yeah, I'm running back some strats. Alright. Let's do it all in one go. I feel like I understand what I need to understand about this setup. It's probably faster to just grab the extra glass bottle and just stun him twice. If I'm being honest, it's probably faster to just do it that way.
That's too effective.
And if we run our handgun ammo empty going into it, we should be fine. When do I think the next RE title will be announced? Probably sometime this fall. We'll probably do it alongside like the DLC, like the later DLC for the game.
That's two. The smell. Stay calm, Grace. What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Whoa! Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Processing complete.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank God. Last one. Now to free Emily and get out of this place. I got in my mouth. Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud? It's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on. It's just spinning you down.
Yeet. okay, Emily. You're okay.
Are you hurt?
No. I'm okay.
I'm okay. That's good. Good, Emily.
Hamilton.
Alright, I don't really feel like we need to play the rest of this. Yeah, I mean that's a decent basement, honestly. I like it. I feel like I like it. I'm not sure if Dist goes for like the double bottle on the way out or what he goes for, but that last zombie I feel like is definitely up for discussion. Like I've definitely seen it possible where you can like run by him. But I kind of think the double bottle strat's like pretty clean, honestly, and it makes it to where there's like no surprises. Yeah, Dist does the double bottle. Because he just like stays there in that spot too, which is really nice. He doesn't like chase you into the room. Just super clean. And he, like when you leave, he's like, you have like a nice straight shot to throw the bottle at him through the doorway. Yeah, that's really nice, honestly. Okay. All right, chat. Well, I have to go. I know. It's so depressing that Hayes has to go. I know. I know. But I'll be back tomorrow. And everything's going to be okay. Okay. But I am going to raid somebody, I think. So we will have somebody to have you guys watch. And I think that maybe that person shall be sending you guys over to Snee. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, enjoy the shorts. We have another one dropping here in just a couple hours, and I've got 2 more popping in. Tomorrow. So, thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. We shall be back very soon. Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Also, real quick, actually, socials in the chats and shout outs to our sponsor, our channel sponsor. We've got Blacklight hooking up the stream for a couple more weeks. Well, by a couple more, I mean 1 more week. So if you guys are in the market for a chair, hit up that link. Get them while they're hot. I think my affiliate link is still going to be active after like the like banner advertising that they're doing is over, but all the same, might increase our chances of getting a future renewal with them down the road. So, all right, thank you, everybody. You guys have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace out.